I'm rose gold dip, money so blue it look like Crips. Work so good this shit gon' flip, sauce so strong this shit gon' drip, 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 drip. Dope so good these hoes gon' bite. All these bitches nigga, all this ice, everything now God drop be pipe, 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 pipe. Flex by what I made these niggas. Daycare center, I raise these niggas. Rose showers, I spray these bitches. Hate me, love me, don't make no difference. Backwood rolled up, nigga, I smoke. Trap girl with me everywhere I go. Cocaine flow, my shit so dope. All these D's wrap round my throat. TTG, I'm trained to go. Money over bitches, I don't love these hoes. I FDB, I fuck that bitch. CDC, cut that chick. No control, I don't play no game. Knocked up SD, hold my name. 4.6, I'm out of your range. Nigga Bruce Lee kick like a young Luke Kane, like what? Yeah, hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson, Danielson. Danielson, Danielson. Danielson, Danielson. Mr. Miyagi. Kia hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson, Danielson. Danielson, Danielson. Danielson, Danielson. Corner stove. Hustle, yeah, I work that stove. Got it at the pot, yeah, I work that stove. Now God, nigga, boy, I birthed that coast. Still in my style, can't work no more. Uptown, nigga, boy, I made that shred. Mask up on you, couldn't take that bag. Real true hustle, I'ma make that bag. Real street, nigga, I don't play like that. All the way live, baby girl, I'm a real one. Bloody girl, when you go OJ Simpson. I don't play with these niggas, better check my pen. Mexico flag, better check these trenches. Still like Gucci, all my children. Nigga ain't with it, then you might well kill him. Nigga ain't gang, I'm feeling. Cut a nigga hand off, bitch, keep stealing. You went in the horseshoe with me. Who taught that dog fooling me? I wasn't shootout after shootout after shootout with them niggas across the street. These niggas all off a beat. I made it all off a D. But till a nigga dead or they bust my head, we don't call off the beef. Kia hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson, Danielson. Danielson, Danielson. Danielson, Danielson. Mr. Miyagi. Kia hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson, Danielson. Danielson, Danielson. Danielson, Danielson. Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah, rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? Eat $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah, God's children. Give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God and Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turned on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we let this turn to something. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master, who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patent accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
Enemy of my tribe, of mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, oh yeah, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this arrowhead. My nation, my Nietzsche, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Anya Wanya Cherokee, the chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm still a G like DST. You might not be as G as me. You think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all, beating shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take through asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say that was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my Nietzsche, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no earth war, this is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patches. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us, nobody lost they right like us. Wake 'em up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They tryna kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, our kids, we raised y'all anyway. What that since it's finna say, everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us or against us, ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. I'm fucking 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got clipped for days, be careful, I advise you to. Yeah, my tribe of opera mind, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, oh yeah, Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct.
Nigga flow so sick, hit rewind. Little bit, caught my phone, hit decline. Nigga want me to phone, but tell him keep trying. Been ballin' on niggas out of retire. Yeah, one time, turn the beat down. Let a nigga go crazy, see now. Fell off, got it back, had to retry. Bitch sour and shit, had to remind.
Excuse me, it's big dog, straight drop. Yeah, out white, mayo. Everything good as a 10-4.
Pour some drink, roll up some ganja. I'm about to blow like a motherfucking roster. Big dog status, you know I ain't flogging. Go in the way that I want, I ain't bothered.
Yell up on women feeling like a martyr. She wanna kick it, she my no karate. I just want head, I don't want nobody. Might take a nigga, bitch, that's a ride.
That whole back stop, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking option, nigga. Oh, I got your little hoe up on my side like a motherfucking option, nigga.
Big black nigga, my persona. Yes, I'm guilty, Your Honor. Killing these niggas and fucking these bitches. Yes, I admit to the charges.
Yeah. ABR be the mafia. Tell them ain't nobody stopping us. Lot of sucker niggas wanna copy us. Still dripping on the floor, you can mop it.
Let me pop my shit. Niggas be killing me. Gotta swap my shit. Niggas watch my shit. Since you niggas stealing, well, let me lock my shit. Let me stop my shit. Yeah, I'm from the bottom, but that don't stop not shit. Bitch, I'm an underdog. I mean, underhog. Still, nothing top my shit. Bitch, I'm the truth. And I showed you over and over again. This shit ain't no fluke. This is the proof. I set the bar in this bitch, and I'ma raise it like the roof. They counting me out. Yeah, they gotta be tripping. I don't know shit about addition. Subtracting myself from anything bullshitting. I move forward, that's tradition. Since I do music, now I gotta move different. Be damn, I move without a tools. And rappers is dangerous, and I just can't be caught slipping. Be damn, I let a nigga do me. I ain't no killer, but I ain't never scared to shoot it. Don't run up on me like a groupie. We got some beef, nigga shells come included. This won't be a Taco Tuesday.
Peace and paradise to all
the struggle of getting fully booked. So you.
Hey, peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. I'll say shout out to y'all big homie, the one and only. The CEO's in the building. I'll say peace to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in tonight. So we got in the building. And thank you guys in advance. Letting me listen to this later on, man. Appreciate you guys. Do us all a favor. Press that like button. Like, share, subscribe. Really appreciate it, man. Helps out the channel. Helps out your side, man. So helps out everybody over here. Everything that we got going on, man. So share this on all your social media platforms, man. I appreciate it. See, Anthony L. Pickens Jr. is in the building. Sun Baby, Mike, Bright Mo Deezy, the realest nigga alive, Lady Shea Butter, Dreamy Queen, Suzanne Thompson, Jovan Mohammed, Darius Matthews, Reginald Jones, Brandon Rogers, Charles Clark, Empress Goddess Namaste, Mike again. All right. Everybody, man. E9 0407, Free Papu TV, FAM, Generating Aboriginal Souls, Empress Freedom Feather. I'm gonna say peace to all the guys tapped in, man. Hey, man, anybody told y'all, man, y'all tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your Sahab, and I come in peace, man. Hey, man, we're just going to get right into this thing, man. It's going to be interesting video, you guys. We got a video tonight. You guys see the immortal Steve Coakley name in the title. I got a dope video. I was working on some music. I was looking for some stuff. And I found this video, right? I thought it was really interesting. So I want you guys to see it. So we're going to get to that a little later. But I want to talk about, and that video is like shot in the 90s at the Good Life Cafe. You guys seen them at the Good Life Cafe before. We're talking about the relationships between blacks and Jewish people, right? Or the relationship. That's not even a secret relationship. They try to keep it a secret. We're going to talk about that. And what does that look like? And a lot of times we talk about why things don't get done. You know what I'm saying? Especially by people who, air quote, have become successful. Well, there's a reason for that. We're going to talk about that tonight. Now, here's the thing. Now we get past, I want to pull up this article. There's so much information out here, right? Because we only talk about, once again, this is a secret relationship, right? But what about the relationship between the Native Americans and the people that are described as Jews? Well, I'd say Ashkenazis. And if you guys know what's the difference and whatever, then, you know, I might need to do a little bit more research of what's an Ashkenazi, what's a Jew, so on and so forth. What's a Hebrew, what's an Israelite, all these other things. That's not the lesson tonight. The lesson is more about the relationship, the secret relationship between Native Americans and people that are classified as Ashkenazi Jews. And when does the relationship start? Now, it started around the same time the relationship started here with so-called black people, right? Now, once again, these are all social constructs that these people help create. I was going to point that out. So, yeah, we're going to pull this article up, man. We're going to get right into this thing, man. I don't want, like I say, it's going to be a banger, man. Some very interesting things in the video tonight. There's a lot of interesting things in this secret relationship. I call it an affair, you know what I'm saying, between the Native Americans, African Americans, and the people who are called Jewish Americans, you know what I'm saying? But this has always been some type of a relationship there, whatever we're going to talk about. The one that's never talked about as much, we're going to talk about Native American relationship with Ashkenazi Jews in this country. This is a part of history. It's a part of what has happened and how you get the casinos and you get certain people who have taken over nations, taken over tribes, taken over things by coming in and usurping names and mixing in with y'all understand? But we get back to that because we talk about this all the time. But sometimes you guys just don't act like you don't remember, you don't know. So we got to pull some stuff up that you guys see. Say peace, everybody. Man. Thank you guys for tapping in. See Vixen in the building. Peace, Empress. Elizabeth Young. Peace, Empress. Khalil. Peace, King. Peace, everybody, man. Tap in, man. We really appreciate it, man. Do us a favor, man. Like I said, man, like the video, share on all your social media platforms, man. You already know, man. Support the real. We're the only builders over here, if you guys didn't know. I'm going to be definitely putting the links in there to the different opportunities and different things that we got going on, man. Support all Aboriginal businesses. We are 2am.com, AmericanAboriginalShoes.com, OriginalTribalWear.com. Shout out to Miss Mohawk, still kicking. Man, I mean, it's so many things, man. LoyalDetermined.com. I could go on and on and on and on and on. The businesses that have been built, that are being developed. Shout out to the Digital Black Dollar, man. Brothers are doing over there, man. Shout out to y'all, man. You already know, man. It's all about building something. You know what I'm saying? You can't have a conversation if you haven't built anything or even have plans on building something. So that's just how I feel about it. You gotta shut the hell up. Real talk. Ghetto Child Clinic. Peace to the guy, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Really appreciate it. I'm sure you got that email. While you were going on, I'm just gonna rap text with people, man. Yo, I know y'all heard about the April 30th, the rap battle as well as the beat battle. You guys already know, man. Aborigines it's gonna be a clean sweep, man. We're gonna sweep them in the beat battle. We're gonna sweep them in the Job Briggs gonna sweep what's that scheme, and Big Aboriginal Power is gonna sweep out of the blue. So just letting y'all know, man, it's gonna be a clean sweep all the way across the board, man. We're going 9-0, so it's gonna be crazy, y'all. So just be on the lookout for that. Now this right here, man, it's an interesting article. Like I said, there's so many things out there that talk about this. So this is an interesting one right here, you guys. I'm just gonna skim through it. Before we get into this video, I thought this was interesting to add this caveat into it, because a lot of times I think that we tend to allow these people to create the narrative. And so so you saw how here, so we can get through this thing and decipher the right way, man. Have discernment. You gotta have discernment, man. So it says Jews and Native Americans, 7 fascinating facts. Let's get to it. You guys see where we got the thumbnail from. Okay, hold on. This is like Julius Meyer. Is that Julius or Julia? Okay. Julius Meyer, aka Julius Meyer, Boxcar Red Shah Hashtag Ka, right, which means curly-haired white chief who speaks with one tongue, end quote, right? So this is by Herman. Hold on, let's see what this is. Herman Bendel, Superintendent of Indian Affairs. Okay, so the first one they're talking about is this guy named Herman Bendel, right? Now he is the Superintendent of Indian Affairs, right? Let's get into this guy. So would a Jewish superintendent of Indian Affairs try to convert Native Americans to Judaism, right? Some feared that Dr. Herman Bendel, a New York doctor whom President Ulysses S. Grant appointed to be the Arizona's territories point man on Indian affairs, would do just that. The newspaper, the Boston Pilot, fretted that Dr. Bendel would undo the work of Christian missionaries and start spreading Judaism amongst Arizona's Native Americans. Now, I want to point out that this damn article wasn't written in this time period or whatever. So when they're talking about constructs like Native American, Bendel wouldn't have known anything about the construct of Native American. Okay, so even when they're talking about it, it's the Bureau of Indian Affairs, not Native American Affairs. The reason why this is important, because Indian is a descriptive term of dark people, Negro, Indian, nigger, dark people. Okay. So all you American Indians out there, aka American niggas, just get that through y'all head. You're not special because you're calling yourself Indian, right? You're not pushing something that is ancient and sacred to our people that they even took and corrupted it and changed it to something else. No, this is a descriptive term, just like any of these other descriptive terms, just like these tribes. So you got to understand that. So this guy right here, who's an immigrant, once again, don't just seem like a common theme, immigrants are making decisions for Aborigines here on this land, spying, making policy and everything else. But this is Bendel. Okay, but remember they already had Christian missionaries, right? Let's keep going to this right here. In reality, Dr. Bendel's Judaism was one of the reasons President Grant appointed him. Really? You think it was? They appointed him, right? He wanted to include someone who would not prioritize missionary work. Now, when you're reading shit like that, right? Like, are they interjecting that into there? Because they already interjecting words like Native American. So are they interjecting word? This whole concept of why he put this man into office sounds like bullshit to me. Oh, yeah, he put this guy into office so he wouldn't be doing missionary work. Interesting. That's interesting. It really is. It really is. And also, you know, it could be other reasons why, you know, these people, well, we get back to that. Once again, people have been expelled out of countries, and the refugees, right? The Freedmen Bureaus and these things, these people are part of these bureaus. Matter of fact, they are the ones who are setting the goddamn bureaus up. But we're going to get back to that, right? So check this out. So Dr. Bindle emerged as a champion of nigger rights, says native rights, but we're going to say nigger rights within the government, writing, quote, "I feel it is a duty I owe the people of the country and the Indians, niggas, under my charge to do something to relieve the pressures that surround them," end quote. But after 2 years, intense opposition to Dr. Bindle's religious faith made this job impossible. He resigned, returned to New York or to Albany, married his childhood sweetheart, Wilhelmine Louis, and practiced medicine, right? When he died in 1932, few people realized that Dr. Bindle, longtime New York State ophthalmologist, had once worked to secure nigger rights in pre-state Arizona. Okay. So now we get into the second one. Curly-haired white chief, who they talked about earlier, who speaks with one tongue. Now, this guy's name was Julius Meyer. Now, this guy was born in Prussia, right? Germany, Prussia, and moved to Omaha as a teenager in 1866. The year before, Omaha was incorporated as a city and Nebraska was admitted to the Union as a state. Now, these people are interjecting themselves, right? Think about the climate. They're interjecting themselves fresh into America. Still speaking their language and all this, but they running bureaus and shit like that, becoming mayors and governors and all these other things. That's the problem I see. Just when we talking about what happened, our history, whatever, I don't know how the hell that is even possible, but it is. It happened. You know what I'm saying? And that, to me, is the biggest mistake. Allowing people to come in and start making decisions for you when they obviously have dual rights and dual citizenships and loyalties to their homeland. Shit. Why is this hard? And this is our homeland, and they made you niggas have loyalty, not you guys. Made them niggas have loyalty to another land that's not theirs. And you got 55 different countries to pick from, and these niggas can't pick none of them. They just be like, well, all of it, just Africa. We from everywhere. Find the bones. Come on, this nigga's retarded. It's getting really crazy at this point because all y'all got now is DNA. It's bad for y'all, man. We need to put Dr. Rick Kittles and 23andMe and Ancestry DNA, genealogical DNA testing on trial for once and for all and convict these fools. Real talk. Just to let y'all know. Let's get back to this nigga, right? So it says, he, talking about the curly haired nigga, Julius Meyer, right? He joined his older brothers, Max, Moritz, and Adolf, who had founded a cigar store and a jewelry music store, right? Young Julius carved out his own business niche, trading his cigars and jewelry from his brother's stores with, it said Native Americans, which I already know what that is, tribes, right? There wasn't no Native American tribes at this particular time in the 1800s. Look at that one on the left right there. Hey, can you go back up? I missed a couple sentences. American tribes. Hold on. It says, which was interesting, that he carved out a niche. He was working in stores with Native American tribes, right? He traveled on horseback deep into nigger-controlled territory, living for weeks with Native American tribes and traders, right? Now, okay, let's keep going. Now let's look at the picture real fast. So it says right there, it says, doesn't say Native American, it says Indian wigwam, right? Indian. So we know what Indian meant then, and it still means the same thing today, right? Now, y'all can't make it mean something else. Like a lot of other people try to make words mean something else. You can't do that when the word actually means something. Now, that's just it. Now, the one, you see that one on the left right there with that afro? See that afro? Woolly hair? But the ones that you guys see there that are maybe have, when we talk about the hair, the recessive hair, these people are mixed, what we're calling mestizos. I don't know why this is, and if they're taking pictures, then you know this is a more modern time period. You understand what I'm saying? So these people right here are dark. So this is a black and white picture. The one right there to the far left right there. And so when you guys start talking about, this is my only thing I say to recessive stuff. Does recessive predate dominant genes? The answer is going to be no. Recessive doesn't predate. Recessive hair, right? Straight hair does not predate woolly hair. Period. It does not. There's no getting around it. Or recessive skin tone, or does not, recessive eye color. Recessive doesn't predate dominant. So that's just, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be asking them, well, how do you guys know that the first people of so-called Africa are Negroes? What is your observation? What Lex said last night? Common fucking sense. Okay, well, you got to have some common sense that you know that the people who are mestizos are a minority here. They said that they killed them off, but they didn't kill them off because they did not exist. If you killed them off, you would be able to find the bones, okay? We would be able to walk up on these bones all the time, be like, oh, here, right here, we ran over some bones. We should be able to test these bones and then match them up with the modern day Native Americans. But what they're not doing that. They're matching up ancient bones here in America, 500 years on, to the modern day American Aborigines, aka the American Negro. Period. I don't know why y'all going all around this, trying to make it seem something else. Well, the DNA matches them to some of the, or is similar to some Native Americans. Well, if those people come from the original people stock, wouldn't they have some type of similar genetic characteristics and traits? Oh man, come on. Like I just think this is the dumbest conversation ever, right? But that guy in the middle, it wasn't just like he was just there not doing anything, like not mixing. On top of all this, you got the eugenics society and the things they were doing with the Indian schools. Now they have Indian schools all over America, and whitewashing and bleaching out the people in a lot of different ways, not just physically, you know what I'm saying, but mentally. And the results of that is you guys today. That's what we're dealing with. Let's keep going. Says Julius mastered several Native American tongues, setting him apart from many European traders. He also treated Native Americans fairly, earning him the that word right there. I'm gonna call his nickname Boxcar Re Shah Hashtaka, meaning curly-haired white chief who speaks with one tongue, right? A reference to his curly hair and also his straight, honest way of doing business. Living with the Native Americans for weeks at a time, Julius was also famed for another peculiarity, sticking to Jewish dietary rules. When he was invited to feast with tribesmen, his hosts knew to serve him hard-boiled eggs instead of the non-kosher meat that everyone else enjoyed. Right? Now, back in Omaha, Julius set up a popular Indian wigwam store selling Indian-made items. Selling nigga-made items. Think about that. Not China-made items, not items come from here, whatever. Items that are manufactured right here by us, by American hands. I think that was interesting. Let's see. Okay. Says so it was selling Indian-made items. He died in Omaha's, what's that? Harris Park in 1909 at the age of 60 in a highly mysterious circumstances, right? Ostensibly, OSTENSIBLY, a suicide. It was reported at the time that he shot himself first in the temple. Like this nigga shot himself in the head and then shot himself in the chest. Then in the chest. Ain't that interesting? Like he didn't shoot himself in the chest first. They was like, yo, shot himself in the chest. Then he turned around and shot himself in the head, right? He shot himself in the head first, in the temple. Then he turned around and shot himself in the chest, right? Now, they said he did this with his left hand, although Julius was right-handed, right? No alternative theories was ever put forward, and he was mourned throughout the American West as a tragic case of suicide, right? Let's keep going. So we got this Jewish Indian chief, right? In 1869, Solomon Bilbo. Is that a teenager from, guess where, you guys? Prussia. Now, I don't know if you guys understand there was a war during this time over there, whatever, and these people came here as refugees. This is starting to become a theme, you guys. You know, there's things going on over there. There's lack of resource going over there. People are getting pushed out of these different countries based off of their air quote religious practices and stuff like that, right? Man, they ain't really about their religious practices. It was more so about the nefarious things that they was doing to get kicked out of these countries. So let's be clear about that. So let's go back and forth, right? Let's be clear about that, right? So this nigga from Prussia arrived in arrived in the tiny New Mexican town of Ciobeleta to join two of his older brothers who'd come to the United States some years before. Like most Jews in the American West, the Bilbo brothers worked as traders, but they were far from ordinary, right? Unlike many Europeans at the time, they quickly garnered a reputation for fairness and honesty when dealing with Native Americans. Now, you know what's really interesting? That these guys are known for dealing with these people fairly. And I think that's pretty interesting when, that's not actually what actually happened. So, they was like, oh yeah, we're going to deal with you guys fairly, but actually they were actually taking shit over. So it might seem like it's fair, but it's actually not. So I just wanted to point that out. So he'd be like, oh yeah, you guys are you good. We can work with you guys. But the whole time they really have more nefarious, diabolical plans for your ass than somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So these guys right here, sheesh, right? Solomon Bilbo quickly learned. I don't want to fuck that up. Queresan, the language of the local Acoma tribe, right? And immersed himself in their concerns, championed Acoma's rights against Mexican and American ranchers. Oh yeah, I'm sure you guys are, huh? And you also marrying into the families, and right? They're married into the families, becoming a part of these families. You understand? Having children, becoming chiefs in these things, and once they become chiefs in these tribes, a part of the nations or whatever, they take over the nations. Okay, this is what has happened. Man, shit, what is happening? Which Bilbo and Acoma accused of trying. They accused the American and the Mexican ranchers of trying to cheat the Acoma out of their rightfully owned lands. Oh, really? Oh, what do you think he was doing? He was the spotter. Who sent him? Like, come on, y'all. Like, this is crazy. I get niggas coming and going. Yeah, I really wish I could see those faces. But I don't just want to be like they look dark right there. I don't want to do that. I really wish we could see those faces of these people right here, but I digress. It's in the photo is listed as Solomon Bilbo's governor of Acoma and his officers, 1885 to 1886. Solomon is marked as number 15. Interesting. Let's keep going. 1877, the U.S. government offered Acoma a treaty guaranteeing the tribe 94,000 acres, guaranteeing them 94,000 acres of their land. Okay. Far less they felt they deserved. Determined to protect their remaining lands, in 1884, the Acoma leased their land to Bilbo for 30 fucking years in exchange for an annual payment of $12,000 and assurances that Bilbo will protect the land from squatters, ensure that the coal on the tribe's land was mined, and that the tribe would receive the proceeds. I don't have to tell y'all how that turned out, do I? I don't have to tell you how that turned out, do I? Shit. Learning of the agreement, an Indian agent from Santa Fe, Pedro Sanchez, wrote to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs complaining about Bilbo. Wait a minute. I thought this was the guy who was the fair nigga, who did all the stuff fair. What you complaining about him for? The Rico Israelito. He said the rich Jew. Wait a minute. What happened? I thought he was fair. I thought he was cutting everybody in on the deals. Okay. And tried to get the lease invalidated on the grounds that the tribe as a whole had not agreed to the arrangement. That's facts. Bilbo found himself facing not only the loss of the Acoma lease, but the loss of his trader's license as well. The Acoma Nation quickly mobilized itself, providing a petition with 100 signatures to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, not the Bureau of Native American Affairs, but the Bureau of Nigger Affairs, asserting they had confidence in Bilbo. In 1885, Solomon Bilbo married Warner Vale, the granddaughter of Martin Vale, the Acoma chief. So he married into the chief's family. He married his granddaughter, right? He later became chief of the nation himself, pushing for educational and infrastructure reforms. Wana began to adopt a Jewish lifestyle. Really? So, I mean, is this not what have happened? To create the mestizos, to create these people, to give these people lands and give these people, these are the people who work with the Bureau, the Indian. I mean, they set everything up from the top down, bro. Like, I don't understand why this is happening. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why y'all be having these problems going back and forth, right, with us. But this is crazy. It says in 1898, Solomon and Jana, I don't know if they just shortened her name, but Wana moved to San Francisco in order to provide their 6 children with a Jewish education. Solomon died in 1934. Now, a lot of our people was our grandparents were living during this time period. So I just want to put that in perspective for you guys. Our grandparents, some of them are still living today, were alive during this time period. So I just want to put that in perspective for you guys. Right? It says, yeah, man. It said their children said Kaddish. Hold on, wait a minute. It says, so Solomon died in 1934 and Wana in 1941, right? Their children said Kaddish for them. Let's say their children said Kaddish for them in San Francisco. Okay. Interesting. Wolf Kalisher, ally of niggers. He said ally of Native Americans. Once again, wasn't Native Americans in this time period, but they're pushing the narrative of Native Americans. See what I'm saying? And this is what they know. Yeah, I was about to run through this real fast. I'm gonna get bogged down in this, right? All right, so Wolf was born in Poland in 1826 and moved to LA, becoming a United States citizen in 1855. So it took this nigga 30 years to become a citizen. After the Civil War, Kalisher, partnered with Henry Wartenberg in a tannery, one of the city's first factories. Old Wolf quickly became an ally of Native Americans, going out of his way to hire Native American workers and champion Native American rights. He also became a pillar the developing LA Jewish community. He and his wife, Louise, raised their 4 children in the city and helped establish one of the city's first synagogues. Okay? That's going to be very important when you guys see the video we're going to be playing. It's going to be very, very important how this all ties into it. Okay. He became. Okay. He became particularly close with Manuel Oligarch, a leader of the local Temecula tribe. advising and assisting the chief as he campaigned to protect his tribe's land in San Diego County. Wolf Street in Los Angeles memorializes Wolf Kalishner and his efforts on behalf of the Native Americans to this day. Now, I think that's pretty interesting. Not only that this country, how is based on a Christian, foundation and Christian Bible and, all these other things, which still their Bible, these are still the people who published that Bible, what I'm saying, who created the Bible, created the whole situation, you know what I'm saying? So I just think it's kind of weird, you know what I mean? It's really weird. So Jewish generic, I can't say the Jewish genetic link. Now y'all know how we feel about this, but you will have a genetic link if you are having sex with people and creating babies and joining. You're gonna have a genetic link, but that's how they got into the tribes, not by rape, but by marrying into the tribes, marrying the chief's daughters or granddaughters of the tribe. So keep that in the back of your mind. Okay, so Israeli cancer scientists have made an unprecedented discovery. A group of Native Americans living in Mesa Verde area of Colorado seem to have some genetic Jewish roots dating to the Jewish expulsion from Spain in 1492. Okay, researchers at the Sheba Medical Center near Tel Aviv studied various populations worldwide to identify carriers of the BRCA1 mutation, a genetic mutation that predisposes carriers to breast and ovarian cancer and is found in disproportionately in Jews of Ashkenazi origin. Approximately 15% of Ashkenazi Jews carry the mutation, according to them. Noting that a group of Native American Colorado families who were descended from immigrants from Mexico carry the mutation. Researchers conducted additional genetic testing and identified a common ancestor, a Jew who came to South America from Europe about 600 years ago, about the time that the Jews were forced out of Spain and Christopher Columbus. Now, I don't have to tell you guys that the Europeans once again came here and mixed with these people and created a color caste system. I don't know why we got to keep going back and forth. It's really dumb. It's really dumb to keep having this conversation. Real talk. Let's keep going. It says Christopher Columbus discovered the New World. The mutations among the Native American population is identical to that found among Ashkenazi Jews, offering solid proof of a long ago Jewish ancestor who came to present-day Mexico and intermarried with Native American tribes. So supporting the Jewish state. It's Israel, right? Santos Hawk Blood Suarez, a Apache activist in New Jersey, brings fellow Native Americans to pro-Israeli events and insists there are strong parallels between Native Americans and Jews. Both groups have lived in exile. Jews show that it is possible for a native people to return to their native land and revive their ancestral language, even after thousands of years. Quote, I admire the people who take a stand, Suarez explained. Quote, that's why I admire the people of Israel. Really? They're people who stand up to defend their homeland. Is that right? So what we're saying is that what was called Palestine, what is now called Israel, is the original homeland of the Ashkenazi Jews. Interesting. Shit. Chief Ann Richardson is the first female chief of the Rappahannock tribe in Virginia since 1705. She's also a strong supporter of the Jewish state. In 2013, she and another female chief, Kathy Cummins Dickinson, of the Lumbee tribes in North Carolina, visited Israel. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think this lady, well, of course she has European heritage right here, right? Let's go back to it real fast. You guys gotta see this. You gotta see this Ann Richardson. Now, this lady right here is a whole European, okay? Now, whether or not she has Ashkenazi roots, she has Slavic roots. She is not the original people. And as you can tell, just by observation, she is closer to them than even to the mestizos. Like, make this make sense. This lady is not the original people here. But this is how they usurped and got into power. It's not just power in these tribes and be able to create these tribes and all the things that they're still doing today to be able to regulate these tribes and things, these nations and stuff, civilized nations and things, but also this is exactly how they usurped and took over our government. This is what it is. Let's go. Like I said, I didn't want to get bogged down in this, man, but I had to explain some of this stuff, man. This is crazy right here, man. This is crazy. Ah, my God. This is crazy, guys. Said so we know she's not the original Lumbee, but her and another female chief, Kathy Cummins Dickinson of the Lumbee tribes in North Carolina, visited Israel. Wearing their ceremonial robes, the chiefs met with an Israeli government minister. Quote, we are here to deliver a message to the residents of Israel. The chiefs explained, quote, stand firm and united against the threats and pressure, right? We want to encourage Israel not to give in to those who try to pressure them to give up parts of their homeland. Huh? Surrender to this pressure is not a recipe for peace, but rather war. We stand beside you, end quote. Now, this is an interesting one right here, right? Celebrating Israeli Independence Day in Louisiana. Says watching coverage of Israel's 60th Independence Day festival in May of 2008 was a revelation for David Sicky, right? The vice chairman of the governing council of the sovereign nation of the Coushatta tribe of Louisiana. After learning more about the Jewish state, he realized there were some incredible parallels between Israel and his own nation. Oh yeah? when Siki presented his idea of fostering relations between the Kashata nation and Israel, you get a casino. No, his co-nationalists were enthusiastic. Quote, they took an interest because the Kashata value sovereignty and nationhood, much like the Jewish people, and autonomy is something to be embraced, end quote. Check this out, y'all. Let's keep going. Y'all see these guys right here? So David Siki, right, visiting Zion Oil and Gas. Zion Oil and Gas. Zion Oil and Gas. Okay. The tribe reached out to then Israeli consul of Houston, Asher Yarden. Consul Yarden visited the tribe for an official ceremony to establish formal ties. Quote, my visit to the Kashata for the affirmation event was very emotional, and I would even call it a life-changing experience. Oh yeah, sure it is. It was a highlight, if not the highlight, of my 25-year career with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, end quote, he explained. Oh yeah, sure. He was so excited getting all this oil. Shit. The Kashata adopted May 14th Israeli Independence Day as a holiday called, what's that? Stanky poo poo? No, I'm saying, I can't. STAKAYOOP. Israel, meaning the day to honor Israel. Damn. A Kashata delegation visited Israel in 2009 to foster economic ties. The tribe is currently the American distributor of Aya Natural, an Israeli Druze owned company that produces olive oil based cosmetic in north of Israel. Israeli engineers are also aiding Kashata fish farmers in importing high-tech Israel fish farming technology. Siki said, quote, Israel is a very dynamic nation, and it makes sense for the tribe to partner with a very robust nation and the only democracy in the region. Interesting. Now, what's happening, you guys? You're seeing tribes doing international business. Just like the Nation of Islam was doing international business back in the 30s and 40s and 50s, 60s. We were doing international business long before these people even colonized here. So just gotta keep that in the back of your mind. We're only doing national and intercontinental business, but we're also doing international business all around the world. And this is proven facts. So we got to get back to that, you guys. But we got to take care of home first. So I just want to point that out. No, man. Yeah, you can go ahead and finish with that. I reason why this is important, right? You know, to establish this relationship, because this is a pivotal time. We're talking about after Reconstruction. I mean, after the Civil War, during the Reconstruction, when these people are coming in and still doing the same tactics that Bilbo and all the rest of them were doing back in days. They're nice. Oh, you could work with them. You know, they're marching with you and they do all those other things. But in the meantime, they're gonna get you. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to point that out. Yeah, let's get another song before we get into this next video, or get into this video that we're gonna play tonight. Like I said, I'm really excited for you guys to see this, man. If you have never heard of the immortal Steve Coakley, then you're in for a treat. If you haven't seen this video, you're in for a treat. If you've seen the video before, you're in for even more of a treat, because we're going to give a reaction to it, as well as break some of the stuff down, and we'll open up the panel later on. So, yeah. So, shout out to the CEO. It's in the building. Let's see what she's going to drop for the people before we get into this video. What else we got going on, man? It's a lot, man. So much going on, you guys. You guys already know, like I said, opportunities. Atlanta, Oregon, St. Louis area. Matter of fact, all over America, man. Got some infamous Trey Ali. Let's get it. It's Paper Trip. Let's go.
Yeah. They say they paper tripping, they ain't paper tripping. I ain't even got a social, bitch, I'm non-existent. I ain't never signed no contract with no corporate business. Niggas quick to say they free, but it ain't how they living. Public school was made to create public fools. A billion pictures of invaders trying to say they you. This Atlantis, this our planet, that's on I'ma rule. This ain't the book of old plays, it's the audible. They was never great, showing greatness and they get mad at you. Quick to holler slave, but in them days, bitch, they had masters too. 1655, Anthony Johnson took his slave to court. Black slave masters were majority till we went to war. Quick to holler out copper color, copper strap and blow. Fuck a copper, social distance beef and had the copper stove. Chain by Slovakia parliament, case you didn't know. You want the foreign leadership, check me if you don't believe it. I need paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in a business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping about that paper, big paper, honey paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in the business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping, I made a point not to speak on the vaccinations. Social media bringing in medical segregation. My body, my choice, when abortion's a mission statement. Guess your body has no choice when you wait for the population. Gain of function research administered through the teachers. Fauci turning Jesus, they trapping it through the preachers. Got every family beef, but can't even cough in their region. Controversy bringing leeches enough to break down your defense. Force your pledge allegiance to a corporation. Power ain't for show, depends on your participation. Probably ain't gonna go for broke, they scary with no pawns to play with. Them hoes on the creeping like they disappear soon as the day hit. Randy Vaughn took them on, now her soul long gone, rest in peace. I'm a quiet for that shit happened to me. Randy Vaughn took them on, now her soul long gone, rest in peace. I'm a quiet for that shit happened to me. I need paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in a business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping about that paper, big paper, honey paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in a business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping up.
It's the infamous Trey Ali. Yeah, you can just pull up that video whenever you get ready. Just gonna rap a taste, just kind of cue it up, segue into it a little bit. Shout out to the good brother Steve Coakley Jr. Still putting in the work of his father. Last time I spoke to him, he was in Africa. I think he's still over in Africa, you guys. Hey, you know, some people put their ass where their mouth is and they get on over to Africa for whatever their reasons are, man. I know a lot of times people be saying stuff like they're going home, going to the motherland, this and that, and the third. Well, one thing you guys got to understand when we are uncovering this stuff, right? We have the luxury of looking back in the past and saying, hey, these are the mistakes they made. These are the things they did good. You know what I'm saying? Off top, you guys know words matter. So even when we're fighting, whether you're the great Malcolm X, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., or the great Steve Coakley, if you're using certain words, it takes just that, it just takes a little power from it. You know what I'm saying? So there's certain words that we're using, but it's very interesting. This is a modern time. A lot of us were living or well, adults. We weren't children. We were here during this time period. This video we about to pull up. We talk about the immortal Steve Coakley, man. Like I said, this video is awesome. Like I said, you guys about to see a master at work, man, and the information he's dropping is crazy. I don't want to stop it that much, but we're going to have to stop and talk about some of this stuff up here, man. So like I said, we're going to be dropping the link later, man. Rapper takes about this, man. So hope you guys enjoy this. Like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Tap in with Sahab, man. You already know, man. We putting in work over here. Looking for editors, coders, cartoonists, writers, dancers, singers. You got bars, you already know, man. Holla at your boy, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com. Looking for a few talented people, man. A few good men and women. Tap in. Appreciate you guys, man. Say Carl Lumbie. Yeah, man, you
now
can.
about 45 minutes from now, you have to reach down there and change it now. Don't let me catch you 45 minutes from now. It's just straight up, man. We got that. It was wide for sound, so we get that little click. You be sitting there and that thing click, and you go, oh, shit, is that a good part? I got to turn it over. So, okay, how many? I need to see your hands so I can take care of the business. One, to introduce the person who will introduce me, which is a rarity. But I'm doing it because the brother deserves an introduction. And I appreciate the brother for having stuck with me through thick and much thin to have stood up for principle and for enlightenment. I appreciate his support. You hear him on KPFK. He called me Wednesday night again. There were a lot of people there who don't like me, and he has to sit in front of them and make an announcement and ask the people to come to the good life around people who hope nobody show. So I'm glad that you're here because that shows that everything is working. I really appreciate the support from Brother Marcus as well from the other members of African Minds United. And I ask for the right to introduce the person who will introduce me, Brother Marcus Lewis.
Yeah. I like to say Mayat and Hotep and war, because we are in a state of war. They try to induce us to say peace to get you in that frame of mind, while they not only do they starve our brothers and sisters on the African continent and bomb them, inject poisons into our people, into the Native American people. There's a situation going on in Cuba. And of course, you've all heard about the bombing in Mogadishu in Somalia. And so with a beast on the set, you can't be in peace. There's no such thing as peace or up with hope. Not as long as it's not the nature of a beast to give you any kind of hope except for another chance to bite you again. So you got to get out of that frame of mind where they be running around talking about peace. How you gonna be peace when the police shoot you down every chance they get? Tonight we're going to get into a subject which I think is extremely important. We're going to talk about Black-Jewish relationships. We'll be getting into a little bit about the Anti-Defamation League of the B'nai birth. And I want you to keep the B'nai birth part in mind. That's the important aspect. That's the part that's part of the iceberg that's below the surface. And that's a group that you need to be aware of, especially in terms of their secret society aspect, their Masonic connection. And in terms of Black-Jewish relationships, there is a group of people who have influence over the Black community, and I'm speaking of ministers in particular, who form relationships with people who don't have our interests at hand. And they do it under the guise of some type of religious and or spiritual aspect, but you can't have, what kind of a spiritual relationship can you have with the beast? What y'all gonna talk about? Across these United are in these types of relationships whereby the whole community gets sold out, and these people meet. They have conclaves. They go out and meet in the mountains. Sometimes they go up to Big Bear, and they have discussions amongst themselves, all financed by Jewish money. And they come back into the community and continue to preach ignorance to our people. The religious aspect of our community is something that needs to be liberated in itself, because they hold a significant portion of our minds, and our ability and our will to overcome is hampered by the religious community a lot of times. And this is a strategy. It is a strategy which has been formulated specifically by some Jewish rabbis. And this is all part of how in secret or unbeknownst to the community, these types of things can go on, and it can be carried out in such a manner that we don't even know what's happening to us a lot of times. And they have relationships with so-called leaders of our community. And this is a major impediment to our moving forth. And of course, it takes place in other aspects as well. And certainly in the political realm, you've seen that with some of the politicians that we have, so-called politicians that represent us. And so Brother Steve is going to touch on all of that and his experiences that he went through with well, as a matter of fact, Steve was part of a major controversy that erupted in Chicago, as some of you are well aware of, in 1988. And they indicated that he was a Farrakhan sympathizer and a mayoral aide who expressed vicious, virulent, as they say, anti-Semitism. All right. So anytime you get into a discussion that touches upon these things, automatically, when they say you're an anti-Semite, they know exactly what strategy they're using, because they have so bombarded the media and the public with images of what Nazi Germany and Hitler has done. So the tag anti-Semitism automatically associates you with the Nazis. Now we're talking about Ashkenazi Jews telling you that you somehow are aiding and abetting the Nazis. Now ain't no Semites or Semitic or Semiticism involved in Ashkenazi, European, Khazarian, white folks. And you need to jump on some of your religious leaders about some of those biblical quotes that talk specifically about them people.
John 8:44. John.
Sister know it there.
Revelation 3:9.
See? But you don't hear the ministers say that. So you need to challenge them on that. They have a very unique history, and they've had a very unique influence over our people, especially beginning in 1915 when the Anti-Defamation League came to birth, in 1843 when the B'nai B'rith here in the United States came into being, and of course with the current situation that's going on today with the lackluster investigation into the Anti-Defamation League spying not on Nazis, but on numerous so-called progressive groups, so-called civil rights groups. There's a whole list. If you all have seen the report that the Anti-Defamation League was accused of spying on, it runs the gamut across all of some of the grassroots and community organizations that, and of course they linked them up to the spying system in not only South Africa, but Israel as well, with the Israeli Mossad and the South African secret police. And this is a very significant period that took place, especially back in 1915. But so I don't want to go into too much more detail. Remember some of the dates that Steve said. Tomorrow at African Minds United, around about 7 o'clock, he'll finish up some material that he had got onto about the Boule
Summit.
and the Shaft Goes to Africa move, the Negroes that went over to and met with the brothers and sisters on the African continent, sponsored by the people who we after.
Ford Foundation.
You know, with Ford Foundation, IBM. We need to really take a look at some of the people who work for IBM, playing prominent roles in our community, especially in the Afrocentrism movement. And of course, again, here Tuesday night, Steve will be doing a specific lecture dealing with the Boule. And also, while I have the chance, let's all show a warm welcome to Sister Janie and Brother Omar, the owners of and we ask that you all continue to support them here, come here and experience some of the food that they can present to the community. So, without any further shit, I'm going to bring my brother, Steve Coakley.
Hotep. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to share a few words with you about the subject of Black-Jewish relations. For the very concept is a misnomer. We've been talking about this subject over really a series of several lectures in a roundabout way. Several nights ago, we gave a lecture about the whites financing the new Negro. And we looked specifically at a period of time between 1910 and 1930, where the Jewish community was actively involved in creating a core of black leadership, which you became known as the Talented Tenth. And in fact, they had manipulated the leadership structure so strong that they had artificially created a cultural movement known as the Harlem Renaissance, which was organized distraction to deter away from the destruction of the Back to Africa program of Marcus Garvey. We've been talking about that the last couple of weeks, and many of you I know were here for those lectures. And you remember the importance or the essence of the dialogue was that when Black-Jewish relations first started, anytime you get in a devalogue with one of them, and the question of the facts surface, you tell them you know that there was no such thing as Black-Jewish relations before 1915. It was not until the Atlanta head of B'nai B'rith, Leo Frank, was hung for murder on the testimony of a black man did the Jewish community begin to infiltrate, penetrate, and appease the direction and the selection of black leadership. We proved that. And part of what it proves is it affirms that there has never, ever, ever been a beginning of a relationship where Jewish wealthy fall into an alliance with college-educated blacks. Because on the surface, we understand that one has the money and the other must work for the money, and no alliance of equality can start unequally. That is the beginning of the nightmare known as black fake Jewish relations. Because it's more than just how we relate, but it's who we claim we are while we're relating. That's as important as what they claim they do or have done for us for so long, as you constantly hear them say Cheney, Goodwin, and Schmudwin, or somebody. And then right over again, 3 names. One of them was black. All 3 of them were stupid. They knew they were not supposed to leave the group. But you know how them white guys are. They believe that confronted with another white guy, they're all right. But that was not necessarily so. And so we understand that since the time of 1915, Jewish philanthropy, led by Julius Rosenwald, who was a part of the founding of Sears and Roebuck's. Y'all got the cards in your pocket. I seen them. I seen you at Sears. I got pictures. I got the Marcus. You got the pictures. Brother Astenu got the pictures in the back. So we know it didn't make any difference that you could do business with co-op. You thought co-op mean cooperative. But the Rosenwalds looked at the danger of not infiltrating and demanding and controlling black leadership, because Leo Frank was the first white man in the history of America ever convicted on the testimony of a black person. And that so scared them that the International Order of B'nai B'rith, whose first chapter was 1843 in Cincinnati, which had just changed its name from Porkopolis, where the first Jewish family, the first family ever in the history of America, put their name on a pork product and sold it as food. Prior to that, it was for soap, lime, and other nasty jobs before they found people would eat it. So the International Order of B'nai B'rith was involved in the Civil War. It made a note of assuring that the rabbis gave the rabbinical ruling that justified slavery using the Bible. You will not find any overt Jewish declaration against slavery in any document available in his story, because he had no position against slavery. And if you read him carefully, he will tell you he had no such position. So we're still looking at, when did the black Jewish thing get going, and what did you come into it with? Because if you supported what put us in the jam, how you going to show up and get us out? Now, these are the beginning of things that confuse people who don't really understand what the black Jewish thing is. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Baby talks to her daddy while she works. She talks. Hi, baby. That's my aunt. Justice. In her lifetime. That's our job. Check? Check. All right. So this black Jewish relations found us in a deficit position. I mentioned a week or two ago that the Jewish community, when coming to America, looked at slavery and said, we were the niggers of Europe. We better be careful allying and assisting someone who would hate us too if we helped them. And since our goal is to assimilate, and be a part of this colonial experience, because we want one too, coming later in the 40s, check. See, if you assist a colonialist, he will assist you. Check. You'll pick up on that later. The state of is it real is a colonial experience, as is what you call America. So you assist the colonist and he will assist you, going to the UN and declaring this is a state, which is in fact occupied territory still. Now, so around the Reconstruction period, where Brother Man went forward and Brother Man got brought back, they say, oh, look, there's too many of them up there. Hey, stop. Oh, everybody, put everything down, start over. He'll do it again. He's doing it, right. Now they just even did the redistricting law the other day that now you can't discriminate against them. The white woman in the back of the house getting 10% of the contract and a white man in the front getting the other 90. That's called minority set aside. Oh, man. The gays, a young white boy with his daddy running the world, seeks additional rights. Sign of no support system in the black community. Check. Now, this the fake black-Jewish relations, saw that during the Reconstruction period, we understand that Jewish wealth, which can be documented in the book Our Crowd by Stephen Bingham, went into the South and facilitated the trading of cotton from the shores of Louisiana and other spots to Britain and to France. So they did not stop the cotton slavery. They, in fact, were the merchants who benefited once it was baled and prepared to be used by other whites in other cave lands without God-blessed resources, Creator-blessed resources. So subsequent to Reconstruction, where the word was, we cannot include any black man, not even a so-called free man. Around the turn of the 1900s, they began to recognize that they needed a few samples or models to show off to the others the so-called democracy system of the free world. And that involved building and developing a cadre of Negroes who could symbolically represent a class who was exploited, who, based upon information trickery, white knowledge, use these Negroes as examples for all others that if you just behave, the American dream will work for you. And they began to develop, or this starts the development of the making of the Negro. This making of the Negro was being prepared for black-Jewish relations because there was no Negro to pair off with. So you couldn't have a black-Jewish relationship if you didn't have a group of blacks who other blacks were told are the blacks to believe in. So they had to create an image that these were the blacks and that all other blacks would give honor and tribute to these blacks who represent you in a dialogue of fake relations. We saw very carefully that Jewish philanthropy said we will help the Negro because he will help us. And we know that Julius Rosenwald said specifically, Jewish Rosenwald said, by garnering and developing the leadership of the Negro, we will make ourselves useful to the other Anglophiles. You must understand that probably somebody chose cows, somebody chose pigs, somebody else chose niggas. And what leverage will you have with the big white man who had just cleaned out our original brothers who were here before he got here? Keeping all of these things in context, we understand that we have never had any relationship with any whites in this land that have ever resembled equality. We understand that. So in that consideration, any dialogue over what we were we were never starting in the same spot. And so much, will show you many articles and other things with Henry Louis Gates, chump Negro where's he at? Harvard, at Harvard and Cornell West. A Negro who has a book out on race relations that says absolutely nothing. But they're going to pay to create him an image, to give him authority to say negative things about black-Jewish relations. I confronted him in Washington, D.C. recently where he was lecturing at Howard University and happened to be walking past Crampton Auditorium, and the student said, "Man, Cornell West is downstairs." We asked him what did he think of Steve Coakley, and he said, that Coakley, he talk a lot of stuff. He don't back none of his stuff up, all that old militant dialogue. So they ran right upstairs and got Coakley and brought Coakley downstairs. So Coakley say, "Hey, you mentioned my name?" And he stepped back and said, "Oh, no, brother, I didn't even know. Brother, I didn't have nothing to say about you." I said, "Okay, brother, I just wanted to make sure that you could have the opportunity to say it right to Coakley, because you probably didn't know he was around, like right upstairs." And so when my friends say they asked you earlier and you sort of said you said something about me, but I'm glad you're telling me that you didn't say that, because I'm here to have addressed you for what they said you said. But since you didn't say it, I guess I ain't got to take it to you. It's a pleasure to meet you, brother. Here's my phone number, in case you get the urge to speak about me. That I will hold you responsible for calling me first, so that you can address me. I've been condemned by Paul Robeson Jr. on the black-Jewish relations. They got that nigga out there flunkying for it. They got Roy Innes' son out there on the Jerry Springer show bringing my name up, flunkying for black-Jewish relations. They gone and got the sons of the sons. Sister, did you want to sit down? You need a chair? Yes, you want to sit down? Okay, when you need to sit down, say you need a chair. Some Brother Fitzgerald right there, make sure you get one. Check. So, Paul Robeson Jr. condemned me on black-Jewish relations, and he was in Washington recently, and I called him up on the radio. In fact, I got the little sound bite up here. I said, "Brother, I hear you was talking about that guy, Steve Coakley." He said, "Oh, yeah, he's anti-Semite. I've read some of his works," and so I ain't wrote shit, right? I read some of his works. It's definitely anti-Semite. And we really need to stand up against this anti-Jewish dialogue. I said, "Well, brother, I am Steve Coakley. And I would like to know which of those tapes, or since I didn't write nothing, did you hear? Because I'd like to address it specifically. Because I heard you earlier say how the white people had condemned your father and labeled him things of which you say he was not. And I'm calling you to say that I want you to give me the respect that you're asking for your father. Because I claim I deserve it like you believe he does." Check on that. So when he comes nearby, you ask him, because he'll be there to tell you. He couldn't tell me what he heard. He said he got some tapes from a friend. He couldn't tell me which friend or what it was. And that's when you know an idea has been planted that you're to attack a person under the guise of fake black-Jewish relations. I remember being right here in Los Angeles and having a sister who was the student government head at USC, University of Southern California, right here, who wanted me to speak at her school. But because it had been alleged around different spots that the Jewish community comes out and attacks me, she was told by a person who I thought was my friend that you should not have Steve Coakley at your school, because if you do, the Jewish people will ruin your career. Now, in fact, I have not found a black person who had a career with white people. So I said, I don't know what could be taken away, seeing ain't nothing being given. See, a rebellion or two, a lot of things develop. No action, no throwdown. So I know ain't nothing even dropping down off of the stolen tree. So he put fear into this sister, not for what had ever happened, but for what he felt would happen to her. And he says this is love for her. What happens when a black student union can't get a black man to talk black to speak in the context for which they were organized? And Ralph Williams was my friend. He used to be a member of African Minds United. And in fact, I always thought that the one who spreads the fear is as guilty of perpetrating the negativity as the one who allegedly does it. As long as I've been involved in so-called hate activity thrown at me from Jewish people, one thing that is unanimous, they ain't never got in my fucking face with that shit. Excuse my language, huh? Sorry for the violation. But see, fake black Jewish relations goes deep in my soul, because a lot of people have been scared away from me as a result of it, so I bear a lot of pain when I talk about it. That's why I ain't even holding nothing in my hand. I don't need to, because it's deep in my soul. And I made a point of saying that when I was attacked and fired from the mayor's office in Chicago, I didn't know anything about Jewish people other than about Rothschild. See, when I talk about the Jewish community, my job is to talk about the heads of the opposition. Now, I'm a linebacker, and I want to tackle the one with the ball on the opposition, and it looks like to me the quarterback has it more than most. So I'm kind of focused at trying to get who's commanding the opposition. We already got a squad up there watching the owners, another squad watching the stockholders. Now we're going to take the ball. And so I always looked at Rothschild as the titular head of the Jewish community, and anything any of the other ones did, it was only because he said so. So when you go to talk about the devalogue with them over Jewish relations, you say, let me start with Baron de Rothschild. He ain't even the first generation of the granddaddy Rothschild, but he's just manifest in the late 1800s in England, who shows up on the docket of Assistant Cecil Rhodes to colonize Azania. So we start there with the top daddy manifesting of the Jewish community, Rothschild. Rothschild wanted to assist Cecil Rhodes in amalgamating the gold and diamonds in South Africa, because Cecil Rhodes could give him something that he wanted. There was a Jewish guy there in South Africa named Bernie Bonato. He was the #1 competitor to Cecil Rhodes for eating up and buying all of the wealth of the diamonds and the gold. A Jewish man named Alfred Bett took Rhodes to England and met him with Rothschild, and there Rothschild decided to help the Anglo and not the Jewish man. Why did he not help the other Jewish guy and side with Cecil Rhodes? Because the other Jewish guy, Bernie Bonato, had no power in England. And because he had no power in England, if Rothschild assisted him, all he would have was more money. He needed something that money couldn't buy. He needed to start a state. And he needed a state because the people who were claiming that they were waiting for a Messiah had a meeting one day and said, man, by what year, Rabbi, do you think that the Messiah is going to come and lead us to the promised land? Wherever we're supposed to go, it's the Messiah who's supposed to lead us there. He said, well, I need to sit you down, my great-great-grandson, and tell you the story about how you got in this position. The story starts way up in the Caucasian mountains, where we met with some people on the other side who taught us a story about the chosen people. We mimicked the story, but the story really wasn't about us. It was about them. So we came down the hill and repeated the story to the people who would hear it. And as long as the real one didn't come across the mountain, no one ever knew the difference. In fact, we were known then as the Khazarians. He said, son, there's no Messiah gonna come free us. That movie Exodus and all that other stuff, all that Charlton Heston and all that, said, we lied, son. Son of son of son. And son says, Rabbi, what we gonna do? Rabbi says, well, we're gonna shift our strategy and we're gonna no longer wait on a Messiah. We're gonna go out and get some of these damn politicians to recognize us as the chosen people. You just hold on. Our man Rothschild got a deal working with Rhodes where he's going to get his buddy Lord Balfour to declare that the British government would not look unfavorably upon us finding a state in a land where people already live. He said, well, what's the state called? I said, well, we're still debating it. We know if we're chosen, we need to be in Uganda, but I think we may pull up short and come over here to this other area we'll rename the Middle East, and this is Palestine, they call it now. So he said, but you're right, Chief. If we are the chosen people, we're going to have to go to Ethiopia. He said, you know, we won't last long there now, but somewhere around 93, we'll get control of Ethiopia after we pull out all the so-called falashas and take them to another land. Then we'll move in and starve the population and take control of that country first. I said it, brother. That's the truth. That's the core truth. And we'll do it, just we have to wait 100 years. This is about 1893. So Theodor Herzl, who is the father of political Zionism, goes to the Jewish wealthy and finally finds a friend in Rothschild who will finance his thought about a Jewish state. Herzl, in fact, himself called himself an anti-Semite. He wasn't into the Jewish thing. He was an actor. Looks like actors do a lot of political things. But Rothschild said, you stay over in the bullpen, Herzl. I got a deal working with Cecil Rhodes. Soon as I get this deal hooked, I want you to go over there. In fact, I tell you what, in the meantime, why don't y'all go over there and have a meeting? He said, what do we call it? He said, well, go get the 24 elders. They'll tell you what to do. And there became the meeting you know as the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. Zion is political or spiritual. These deviants that we're attacking are the political Zionists. They understand that the Creator has no place for what they're talking. So they are a political manifestation. Politics is about compromise, not about morality. That's why you could find safe haven in a politician with your religion. I don't believe in any religion that went to the Caesar and asked for tax-exempt status. Okay, think about it. You done went to the devil and asked for the right to work for God? Listen, you'll know when it's right, when it doesn't seek easement from Caesar. That's the best I could do. Now, Rothschild began the process of taking 2, 3, 4 people at a time and giving them a tree to plant. He said, look, I want you to go right down there to the edge of what they call Palestine and drop this tree down, and 2 or 3 of y'all lay up under the tree for shade and build a tent and don't leave until I get you a neighbor. Time passed, another tree showed up, another person participated, and soon settler colonialism began as one by one they started occupying land. Now, At one time, this whole board was Palestine. That deal you heard about at the United Nations was cutting it in half. Oh, we ain't got no paper. Anyway, so he just cut it in half and offered them one half of what they already owned. And they refused to take it, so there was a war, the 6-Day War. I mean, that came in the 60s, but there was a war right at the time that they named it, Is It Real? And they took part of that land and they occupied it, which is part of what the discussion is going on now about the occupied territory. Now, Bernie Bernardo, who was working against Cecil Rhodes, became an enemy of Rothschild because he was compromising the man that Rhodes needed to cut a deal with. So, on a trip back to England, Bernie Bernardo mysteriously jumped overboard. Said it was suicide. Now imagine you're worth about 40 billion and it's only 1890 something, and you're gonna jump overboard. You 44 years old, you depressed. You're gonna jump overboard and miss spending all that money. And so, with Bernie Bernardo out of the way, Cecil Rhodes with Rothschild was able to amalgamate all the gold and diamond mines into what eventually is now known as the Anglo-American Corporation. It controls Lazard Perez Investment Banking Company, Solomon Brothers Investment Banking Company, Engelhardt Minerals and Chemicals, De Beers Diamond Mines, and controls over 2/3 of the Johannesburg stock market. Just off the edge, that's just off the surface. It is interwoven with a great many of other things. When we talk about who is in leadership today in the Jewish community, we prominently bring up two names, Oppenheimer and Rothschild. For the Rothschild has been able to maintain his dominant leadership position, but Oppenheimer, Harry, Ernest, Nicholas, the sons of old Ernie Oppenheimer, who took over leadership of the Anglo-American Corporation when it was incorporated in the 1920s, having gone under other names prior to that, including De Beers. Rothschild dominates Jewish activity today. When I worked for the mayor of Chicago, I remember he wanted to set up a meeting. Soon as you become mayor, you want to meet with the webs of leadership and responsibility from the various communities, the Polish, the Ukrainians, the Puerto Ricans, everybody got a network of people that they want to make sure the mayor knows are the people who want to contact or this contact or that or this or that political stuff. Well, when the mayor went to select some Jewish people who he thought were influential Jews-ish people, because we never call them Jews. That would be a lie. They're not Jews. They're Ashkenazis, they're Germans, German whites, cave dwellers, pure German whites with a little mix in there. Anyway, we'll talk about that. No. Anyway, let me go ahead on. This Rothschild connection manifested itself when the mayor went to have the meeting. I got a call from a Jewish attorney who said that the head of the Jewish Federation wanted to give a list to the mayor of the Jews that he better invite to the Jewish meeting first before he met with all other Jewish people. And all the Jewish people knew who the top 10 Jewish people are in their city, because through their synagogues, they give them the ultimate respect, not because they're rabbis, but because they're wealthy. Now, the letter came and it had the names on it that were relevant to Chicago. It said Jay Pritzker. It said Robert Pritzker. It said Philip Klutnick. It said Judd Markin. It said Henry Crown. These names are associated with the Pritzker's own Hyatt Corporation. They own Ticketron. They own the New Orleans Dome. And some more stuff. The Crown's own General Dynamics. How many of y'all work there? Who work at General Dynamics? Who did work at General Dynamics? Because I know they laid everybody off. Who worked at General Dynamics? Who worked at McDonnell Douglas? All right. Just checking. All right. Worked, right. Now, these Jewish guys let the mayor know that they were the big daddies in town and he wanted to make a move in the Jewish community until they gave their approval. And they said, call the rabbi up, he'll tell you so. The rabbi gave his approval because the Jewish people are extremely monetarily motivated. So wealth has influence even in religious matters. We talked about the other night that movie that what's her name? Melanie Griffin was in about the Diamond District in New York. That diamond community that Hasidic Jewish people, the Crown Heights affair. Y'all remember them? Okay. Well, they polish and cut and wholesale the diamonds that the Rothschild boys dig out of Africa. So they got an American connection. Every jeweler that you see, whether it's at Montgomery Ward's, Target, Zales, who else? Cartier, who else? Daniels, who else? Goodwin, who else? All of them. Ready, Pat? I'm warming him up. His brother has come to tell us about some black-Jewish relations in Los Angeles. See, in most cities, we done put so much pressure on the black-Jewish thing. When we ask for the names, they won't tell us. They got to meet in secret now because it's not safe for them to meet in public, which is good. That's real black-Jewish progress. Now, so today there are wealthy, influential Jewish people. Who are some of the influential Jewish people here in Los Angeles? Okay, what else? What else? Hold it now. Just wait a minute here. Let's see. Okay, you lucky you better got one quick now. You know I was getting ready to jump y'all. Because how can y'all be here and not know who they are? And how will you ever make any progress if you don't know who to aggress? So we better have a meeting naming the names of the top 25 Zionist, Jewish, wealthy, influential in LA. Because obviously, no one knows. Now, the other day, someone asked, how do you get a job? Say, I want a job. Well, there's a job for you. How many of you would come to a lecture where one of you explained who the top 25 people were? I'd come and hear the shit. Oh, yeah. Is that all who would come? Oh, let's put your hands up again. I want to see that. Who don't want to hear something about who run the Jewish thing in L.A.? Now, something funny going on here. The numbers don't add up. But I'm making a point, and I think you understand what I'm saying, that you're slack on duty. And I hope I can do what I can do for you in one night. When I stand up and tell people about why they need to get the tapes, because the tapes have a concentrated area of study laying out certain things that you need to do when I'm not here, because obviously you got room for it. So the damn right Zionism is racism, the black and Jewish relations, the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, the lieutenants of Satan, as well as Diamond's Jewish People in South Africa, among others, are tapes that you should have so that you could better prepare yourself for the revolution. Yes, brother. Thank you, brother. Good name. I'm glad you brought that name up. How about that? Lou Wasserman, MCA, big time Ronald Reagan controller. Yes, brother, you were going to say a name. Ruth Gershman Seymour. All right. Media. Who else, brother?
Brandon Turnoff.
How much money she got? Huh? What's the topic tonight? All right.
Wealthy Jews. Go on.
Thank you. Would you tell the brother?
Wealthy Jews.
We know Judge Carlin is a white supremacist judge who got weak on the Latasha Harling case. We understand that. And I don't want nobody to take up no spot that no name of some wealthy Jewish person could fill. Nor do I want, while we're going one way, all those funny things start to happen that always start to happen when we go that way. Like someone say, hey, let's go that way. All right. Anybody else? Michael Ovitz, very good. It's big time in the media game up there. O-V-I-T-Z. Big time up there. Who else?
Stephen Ross, Walt Disney Company.
Show you right. Mike and Eisner, who the chairman of the board. Show you right. Thank you, sister. Fox. The Fox. And you know Rothschild owned Fox. Because Rothschild owned the debt that Murdoch got. Murdoch front Fox, but Rothschild owned the soul of Murdoch. Glad you brought that up, sister. That's a good name. Thank you. That's a good name. Good name. Y'all should be excited because y'all act like y'all didn't know these names. Norman Lear. How much money he got? When these things come out, you should always have your copies. Profiles of whites of wealth. The Forbes 400 will be coming out soon. What you got there, brother Fitzgerald? Show you right, brother. Show you right, brother. Check. In fact, strangely enough.
Can you put that name on the microphone?
What name? What name did he holler?
Laventhal.
It's on the microphone.
Chairman and CEO of the LA Crime.
Check. Which today did a story, a strange story, with a huge picture of a sister from Los Angeles. I went to see the sister's program a couple of weeks ago. She can be a nice sister. But when you hear the tape special message to the Boule, you will know her as the sister who attacked me for attacking the Boule. Very rarely does the LA Crimes profile and highlight a black person who is doing what a black person should in condemning the LA Times and other white supremacist institutions. Maybe they got confused and didn't know that the sister is aggressively pro-black.
You're right. And really though.
Suiting up in style. The same skirt and jacket, but 4 different looks. How individual panache. Something, I don't even know. 4 of a kind. Ask 4 different women to accessorize the same black suit. And what do you get? 4 different looks, of course. Meet Nzinga Ratabisha, who chooses accessories that reflect her African-American heritage. In the article itself, it says, in building a wardrobe, Nzinga Ratabisha chooses to follow the same fashion rules. It chooses to follow some fashion rules and ignore others. She observes the corporate dress code of her employer, IBM. Maybe that's what this is about. Remember, IBM was at the Share for Africa meeting. IBM has the ad of the little white baby reaching up to the globe.
That's right.
And when you look on the globe, you see his hand is reaching for Africa. The only continent that's present on the globe that's over his little blue eyes, which is what they call it, old blue. Oh, it says some other things in here about somehow I don't even want to read them, her size and other things. I don't want to do that. But they put it in the paper and stuff. We don't need any personal ridicule because we deal with people based upon the issues. This sister's had me at her house. She's not a bad sister. She's trying to do what she can for her group, but she's confused about the issue of the boule and the Operation Cool Down responsibilities of Chip Murray. And we disagree over that, and I will fight her to the wall about it. Again, I question why the LA Times would assist anyone that assists us. Anyway, these profiles of wealth are things you should always have, as well as when the corporate profiles come out, like these two that are out floating around now. Yes. You're right, brother. In fact, the other day after I came off the radio, we went to the paper stand and bought these same magazines. He walked up to the stand and I said, "How you doing, brother?" And he looked up and he says, "I don't really know your face, but your voice sounds familiar." I said, "I'm Brother Coakley. You remember the day I spoke at the church in the basement before the men's group and didn't get paid?" Yeah, cool. And I hit the brother that was with me and said, "You know who that is, don't you?" And the little guy at the paper stand, when Julius Butler walked away, he said, "He comes here every day." And I said, "Well, you need to know he's a bad man. He works for FBI, informs on black people." He said, "I'm glad you told me, so that when I see him here in the future, I know what I'm supposed to do." Check. That's the way it's supposed to work. So we have to look at wealth to find much of the Jewish direction, because they do not do anything that compromises the wealth or the assets of their network of the white race. Never get involved in calling them a specific set of people. They are just another set of the Caucasian group, the Euro man, the Ashkenazi. They're just another set. There's nothing special about them. Someone says, "No, he's not Jewish, he's Polish." You say, "Yes, he's a Polish Jewish person. He's a German Jewish person. He's a Russian Jewish person." Don't think because you call a continent, he's not a Peruvian Jewish person even. Spanish Jewish person even. All right. So we be up on that. So these black Jewish relations, fake as they are, have been a continuation of an attack upon us under the guise of giving us something. When we look at black Jewish relations today, and that was an article just was in your paper 2 days ago about the LAPD and black Jewish relations. What it said was that the LAPD has allowed itself to be penetrated by the Jewish connection of the Anti-Defamation League, such that the LAPD assists the ADL in spying on YOU for the state of Israel and South Africa. South Africa and Israel is a desperate alliance. They're both in occupied territory and depend upon a mild level of domination to suppress their neighbors. Because of that, if you were in Israel today and looked at Jewish-Palestinian relations, you will find that the Palestinians are disrespected in every single aspect of that so-called society. They have different license plates, starting with the prefix 666. Any Palestinian with a job can have it claimed by an unemployed Jewish person. The Palestinians have their water cut off, their electricity cut off. Anytime one person in the neighborhood misbehaves, they turn off the gas and electricity for everybody in the neighborhood. You have to understand that though they call themselves a demonocracy, the worst form of it is there, but listen every time you hear them call themselves that, because there is not 1 ounce of proof that they even respect their own people, let alone all of the others. Ask a Yemenite Jewish person. A Yemenite Jewish person who is a poor European white don't have no rights in the state of Israel either. And it's just like a nigger. What did it mean to the Israelis to go get those jet black, beautiful Ethiopians and get them to agree that they were coming home to the fake land? Do you understand what that meant to pull that off? That was a stupendous achievement, because no one in the religious community of ours pressed the fact that that could cause religious problems when we get to proving who is what. And what they told the Philosophists, which is not a good name for them, which means lost, when they were right where they were born, right? They will tell you that Judaism that they practice is a lot like Islam. And when those first Jewish generals went there in 59 and 60 to start airlifting young boys to Israel, before they start bringing the men, the women, and the children, they identified the fact that they couldn't wear their shoes in their temples and that their symbolisms and other things looked like an integration of Judaism and Islam, something that the Yehudi from Israel had never heard of, who always spoke Yiddish, a European dialect, instead of Hebrew, a language he had to learn. Many of them don't speak Hebrew. They speak Yiddish, which has a lot to do with where they're really from. That's right, rubbish. That's right. Yes, brother.
That's right.
They wanted to do what? Oh, man. Oh, man. Now you're going to get to cut this stuff. Now, Sister Tiombe, where you at, sister? I hear you, but I can't see you. You feeding? You feeding? Okay. Let me know when you finish. Now, let me put a little Black Jewish relations on the screen. I'm going to drop a spot or two up here. These are many things that you've already seen. There is no other city that has had about as good attempt to hear the stories related to the Anti-Defamation League as you have had here in Los Angeles. For in many cities, the story never ran. Anti-Defamation seeks info nationwide and shared it worldwide. The importance of where they shared it. See, when I was accused of so-called anti-Semitism, part of the accusation was hedged in saying that there was an international conspiracy of Jewish people aligned with Anglos for Anglo-Saxon Zionist rule throughout the world, and that this was an action goal of an alliance between whites. And when they condemned me, the predominant dialogue became the AIDS and Jewish doctors line, but the essence of what they talked about to themselves was about this international conspiracy. Now, that international conspiracy, I felt, was extremely provable, as you hear in that Rhodes Rothschild tape, as I was talking about that coming together of Rhodes and Rothschild and secret societies. But also the fact that each and every other Jewish person operates and supports that network for there is nothing else that any of them can do except aid and abet the program for world control. There is nothing else to do but to do that. So when the ADL accepts a role to play, now remember, the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith is a part of B'nai B'rith, which is an international order of Jewish Masonic lodges. Every chapter of B'nai B'rith has a corresponding lodge number. This lodge number has something to do with over in Britain and over in France, where the ADL lodges started the process of assimilating American Jewish people into lodge activity. So that when we say it is a lodge, you understand you are working or looking at a secret organization, and its public manifestation is the Anti-Defamation League. Again, which was started after the Jewish B'nai B'rith head Leo Frank was hung in Georgia on the testimony of a black man that would scare any white man. And so, when we look at the Defamation League starting in 1913 in Chicago by an attorney, Sigmund Livingston. In fact, I'm going to read you a little piece from a transcript of my lecture on the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, because the tape is definitive in describing specifically and exactly the ADL's founding or cornerstone moments. And I want to read to you this transcript of my full ADL lecture, about 29 pages worth, is the courtesy of the Anti-Defamation League in Atlanta, who heard it being played on public radio in Atlanta in two parts by a sister who played it to the audience in Atlanta to teach them about the history of the Jewish satanic activity. And they complained about the tape being played, and they wrote the transcripts of the whole tape out to articulate which sections they wanted to say they most disagreed with. So we have the privilege of them putting in dark the parts that they hated the worst. And you need to know what of it they hated the worst. See, this is in dark. See, the Ashkenazi Jews are named after Ashkenaz, who was the grandson of Japhet, who was one of the three sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, Japhet. Of course, Noah, now this is the biblical connection of this. Then it says Japhet's grandson is Ashkenaz, who derives his name Ashkenazi, which has Nazi, N-A-Z-I, in it. And in German, Ashkenazi is Hebrew. In Hebrew means German. It says, so it mentions that they changed their name from Israelis to Jewish faith. So, in other words, their mission was uniting people of the Jewish faith, not in the original, I call it Israelis. See, now by using the word Israelites, you are in fact saying you are going to unite Africans, knowing that there shall be faulty connections to Israelis. They in fact changed the names themselves, so that instead of calling themselves Israelites, they became Israelis and uniting the Jewish faith as opposed to the Israelites, which would involve them dealing with other terms and people which would not fit their model. So in 1897, when B'nai B'rith's membership was slightly more than 18,000, B'nai B'rith women were founded. And then, of course, subsequent to that, they were founded B'nai B'rith Youth Organization in 1924. The first B'nai B'rith Hillel organization was in 1923. The Hillel organization is the Jewish campus spy watch organization. UCLA has a Hillel house headed by Rabbi Schinderfeller. And, of course, we had to attack the rabbi. Are you straight? I appreciate you, brother. We had to attack the rabbi for attacking the sisters who talked about in the Nomo, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, before it was agreed that it would not be sold at the African Street Fest by Esselwan Bookstore to be in the festival named after the Africans, controlled by the Zionists, who can pick out a book at any time in the middle of your thing and call it off limits as a condition of city funds. So the festival sat down with them and talked them out of it, because I was here on the last one just to see where the book was. And it was nowhere to be seen. Anyway, because we have to talk about black Jewish slippage, because sometimes you may respect someone on an issue and they may be good on the issue, but a tougher issue may come up and they may be welting. And you need to know which race to bet on the right horse. So in 1923, they started the first Hillel House, which was at the University of Illinois. The Anti-Defamation League started in Chicago in 1913, the year Leo Frank was convicted. In 1923, at the University of Illinois was the first Hillel House, and soon started the B'nai B'rith Hillel Foundation. What I want to share with you is this part. It mentions that in 1908, the origins of the ADL. In 1908, B'nai B'rith and the London-based Jewish arm of Freemasonry formed a public relations committee in the United States, chaired by Bavarian-born Chicago corporate attorney Sigmund Livingston. By 1913, this committee had been renamed the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, with Livingston continuing to be its chairman until 1933. So that means that those who are researching this through the tape, you need to look up the name Sigmund Livingston in Chicago in 1913. But also that trace it to 1908, that it was the B'nai B'rith, British B'nai B'rith chapter who wanted a public relations arm in America. So the British B'nai B'rith chapter in 1908, which was the same time that Rothschild was sending people into Palestine to colonize, to settler colonize, it was the same time that Rothschild and Rhodes started the Rhodes Scholarship in the early 1900 period. 1908 was the first period that a black Rhodes Scholar was selected, Elaine Locke. And we just want to remember that name of that year of 1908. Interesting, in the videotape, in the audio tape on the ADL, talk about the fact that the B'nai B'rith means sons of the covenant. Now, somebody needs to tell me what is it to the Ark of the Covenant? What's that about? Steven Spielberg made a bit about a covenant. What's this covenant about? Pardon me? Supposed to be where the 10 Commandments are supposed to be at. Anybody else? It's about power. Power. The whole world. All the power. Power. Anybody else?
It was entrusted to the Ethiopians
to keep it. Okay, anybody else? The Ark of the Covenant. Because if they're the sons of the covenant, then they got to be having something to do with the Ark of the Covenant. What was the covenant, and who is it between? Yes, brother.
The covenant was supposed to be between the Jews and God.
Through which person? All right, what is Abraham in there anywhere? Pardon me? Somebody teach me. I want everybody to learn. Huh? Through Abraham.
But what about Melchizedek?
What about him?
Melchizedek was the one that Abraham paid tithes to, and he was not a Jew or Hebrew.
That's right. That's right. So when they say they're the sons of the covenant,
Sons of God,
the sons of God. But then, and so as the sons of God, which is translating the word covenant, where did God give birth to them at? I'm just trying to raise a question here. If they are the sons of something, see, they're the sons of something now. You need to figure out what they're the son of. That's what I'm trying to get to. Now, I'm just trying to make a point. If they ain't the son of the right thing, then what is the son of? Son of the wolf. The Romulus and Remus. Okay. Cain and Abel. All right. You see what we need? And Reverend, you can see what we need. We need a consensus amongst our people related to all sides of the same issue. For example, an atheist won't have this discussion because they don't collaborate any of those other various stories. Black nationalists won't have the same discussion because they won't collaborate those same stories. But we must have an understanding of the story irregardless of which direction it will come in, because as a warrior, you're familiar with all sides of an issue because you want to be prepared to assist others, and you never know how you may assist them best. So we need to understand those terminologies that give these people claims to things that confuse the issue. Yes, brother.
Gordon Maxwell, yeah. What your church does not want you to know about all that. That's right. Religiosity. That's the story. Gotta get after the story.
Okay. Now let's say this for organizational purposes. Before we whip the white man, we will not be able to resolve whether it is or whether it ain't. Understand what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying? In other words, there may need to be a great decision made about whether there is a God and whether this God did X, Y, and Z things. We will never resolve that before we whip the white man. So remember, we will resolve it after we whip the white man, not before. So don't inject it in a way that causes the confusion before we finish the mission at hand. Resolving the discrepancy will be greater when we beat the one who we know it ain't in. You know what I mean? See, we can have a consensus that if we whip him, the real people will have a chance to figure it out.
That's right. That's right.
But we must whip him first.
That's right.
And so we need to lock out the disagreement for the moment so that we can advance the attack against those who are attacking us.
That's right.
Check?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it means that we need to have an arena where we can bring in those various viewpoints and agree. We can have checkoffs, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. The first phase, we have a set of general agreements about certain aspects of reality. Phase 2, we prove those contentions that we made. And in phase 3, we hone them down to the best workable unit that will get the most of our people involved in dealing with the enemy. And that's just something that has to be done. Every time a black person is attacked under the guise of anti-Semitism, the terminology gets prostituted. The religious science gets manipulated, which means that somewhere for those who believe, they must arise to respond to those who are manipulating their beliefs. You with me? So that if the pastors believe this is their book, then we expect them to fight those who prostitute the book that they claim. Check? Okay. So we won't expect a black nationalist maybe to come with the argument over whether it was Abraham or Ashkenaz or Yahweh or etc. He will make the argument from a different point of view. And he will be strong in the strength of his argument or her argument. But we then expect those who do believe to fight those who manipulate their beliefs. And that's a proactive responsibility. How many perceptions of Tarzan have you seen? But you couldn't tell me who produced them. In general, yes. You know who brought the Uncle Sammy blackface perceptions. You know who brought them. But specifically, the names keep escaping us. And you must remember that in those early 1900s, when the Birth of the Nation came out, and the whites were using imagery to galvanize around white power, that in that context, the Jewish community came out observing what Griffin had done and went and got their own white power and started concocting the images the damn self. All of the images about you were sowing the seeds of inferiority, establishing you as less than something for which they were claiming. But that started at the same period, that early 1900 period. And need to be aware of where it was and what it was. The first B'nai B'rith Lodge was in Jerusalem. The lodge established a library called the Medish Abanau Ved, the Medish Abanau, which ultimately became the National and University Library. It was the first lodge where Hebrew was spoken, and its members included both Ashkenaz and Sephardics. The lodge actively opposed conversion of Jewish children by Christian missions. It inaugurated the first Hebrew kindergarten in Jerusalem. So it's interesting enough that up until that time, all of the other lodges were not speaking Hebrew, which is important in terms of Hebrew being the original language. Of course, they're not speaking that language for many, many, many years and using Yiddish. What is that Yiddish? They tell me, y'all speak out, y'all tell me y'all speak out, throw it out. What is the language that most Jews speak? It's Yiddish. Hebrew was African. So they're speaking Yiddish because they're from the conversion of the Khazarians in the 9th century on their dispersal around Europe, and you know, from the Trace and on to the Celts and the Romans and all of that, they're all derivative. They all are Europeans of the Celts and all of that, Germanic tribes, Yafet Ashkenaz connection. They never had the tongue of the original Jews. There was always that of Yiddish. Sephardic spoke Hebrew. Those, of course, were the world travelers. Remember that it was the Pope who chased the Sephardics out of Spain, the Inquisition, 1491. And it was from Germany, as I mentioned earlier, that in the Beast and the Three Sixes tape, that in the 1800s they first produced the categories known as Caucasoid, Negroid, and Mongoloid. In other words, out from amongst the Germane people, or the land of Ashkenaz. You look at an old map of Europe, where Germany and Austria was the word Ashkenaz, because that's what it used to be called before it became German. But it was the Germans who first introduced a new classification of race called Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid. Why did they do it? Because if you understand what their goal was, reclassifying the world into new categories was important in identifying themselves as the chosen people. Caucasoid became the first world. Mongoloid became the second world, and Negroid became the third world, of which you're called today, the third world people. But it was the Germans or the Ashkenaz that brought to the set this reclassification. You won't find it before the middle of the 1800s. Prior to that time, each and every one of the races were known by their tribes, as opposed to by classification. So in other words, we're looking at the descendants of Trace, T-R-A-C-E, who were the founders of the race, and the Ashkenazi Jews, who were the German Jews, who have Nazi right in their name, which is where Nazi came from. These German Jews, German Jewish people or pure Jewish people were in fact the developers of this racist philosophy of Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid. this Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid categories had them come forward and say that the Caucasoid was the original man. See, the original man was never even on the planet until the 1800s, and he was the German. You get the book From Babylon to Timbuktu by Windsor, you can follow the origins of the white race. And that biblical and that connection, you will hook up with those tribes in that transfer. And there was a guy named Blumenberg. He was the first one to come out with Mongoloid, Caucasoid, and Negroid. Blumenbach. All right, check. There we go. So you need to look him up. He should be known in our community as starting the classification of our race as less than first. And that'd be very important. Sister Tiombe, are you ready? All right. You got that, hold your raffle ticket. Hold your raffle tickets and just take the bag. Okay? Now, I'm going to hold, I suggest you get that Anti-Defamation League tape because in it is a lot of Jewish history as well as in the damn right Zionism is racism. So that when we pick up all of these philosophical misnomers, when we go back to the Defamation League, and I got a list up here, I needed to tell you who the dominant Jewish organizations are so that you'll have an understanding of the width of what they claim they are to us. And I want to read you a paragraph profile of the alleged top 6 Jewish organizations and what it is that they claim that they do, which is in a magazine I had to buy the other day called The Jewish Report. Puzzle. Who speaks for American Jews and how much does it cost? What do they call this puzzle? Okay. The Jerusalem Report. And in here was an outline of who are the players in the Jewish community. Now, what sister is about to do, and I need to do it now, because after this, what's the time? Okay, we're going to run slightly a little over, just a slightly little over tonight. A sister's going to take the collection for sister and I while I'm talking. Now, sister's going to have to wiggle through the tables. I would like you to do as best you could. A $5 donation would be fair. 10, 20, 50, honorable. Do what you can. That's reality. So sister's going to walk around and take a donation. Now, sister, once we make the donation, in fact, if you have the ticket roll, maybe we better take the ticket roll and remember what number you start at. Do you want to do that? Oh, we do. Okay, we're just going because you got the raffle in it. That's all right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sister's going to take the donation while I'm talking, but I'm going to keep talking. Now, the reason why the question comes up of who speaks for the Jewish people, because when we hear from the brother about the Black-Jewish relations in Los Angeles, which just had a secret meeting with Mark Whitlock and Cecil Murray and who else was at that meeting? Who else was at that meeting? And I appreciate those of you all who were leaving and making the donation. I appreciate your support. Sister, no, just somebody went to go. He went to put donation. I appreciate him stopping to do that before he left. Sister, if you can you separate the monies? Or are you unable to? Okay, thank you, sister. Now, the reason I bring up who represents who is because when we get into the Black Jewish thing, we're going to find out that the ones that holler the loudest for the Jewish people, in fact, only represent 20 or 22 or 25 at best percent of the Jewish people. How many people here feel that the Urban League and John Mack represent them? How many people believe that the Hollywood NAACP represent them? How many people believe that the Rainbow Coalition represents them? Well, if we were in a room with some young Jewish men and women, they may have said the same thing if I asked How many of you all are represented by the Anti-Defamation League? How many of you are represented by the American Jewish Congress? How many of you are represented by the American Jewish Committee? Do you know they would have done just what you just did? Which means that the people who step up to speak for them, in fact, have no constituency. And only the wealthy back them up, because as spies and penetrators of other people's activities, they don't need a constituency, they have a mission. They have what you call paper constituency. You see, if you go to the NAACP, they say we got 1 million members. Now, you know they couldn't get 50 niggas if they called them. But they will say they have that many memberships, which is what white people give them $1,000 donation. They count that up as 100 $5 memberships, and then they claim they have that many members. When in fact they don't have working membership, they have paper membership. And what's important about that is when someone comes to get leverage over direction, I think, Brother Jingles, is he down there? He left out? You got his tape? That his tape play?
Yeah, but that might be side too.
Well, we just open it up and look at it. 300 membership, nominally open arm of the B'nai B'rith, claimed membership 150,000, budget 28 million, director Abraham Foxman, salary $200,000 a year, reputation conservative, enormous clout. Okay, sister's got to make her way in there. So, did sister miss anybody over here? Huh? She got everybody? All right. Now, it says the purpose of the Anti-Defamation League, and this is their alleged purpose, prejudice reduction, intelligence gathering on anti-Semites, advocacy of civil rights, church-state separation. That's interesting. Remember, they're a Masonic lodge. All Masons are for the separation of church and state, because the goal was to be against the king and the pope, and fighting against anti-Semitism for Israel. The American Jewish Committee, staff 200, membership 25,000, budget 18 million, director David Harris, salary $155,000 a year, reputation center liberal elitist, purpose advocacy of civil rights, church-state separation, immigration reform, sociological research, contacts with churches, foreign governments. American Jewish Congress, staff 40, members 35,000, budget 7 million, director Henry Seligman, salary 176,000, reputation ultra liberal, purpose militant advocacy of church-state separation, litigates for civil rights, women's rights, active in Middle East affairs. The Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism, staff 14, budget 1 million, membership arm of HAHC, which has 1.2 million members. I don't know what that is. UAHC, University of American Hebrew Congregations. Director, Rabbi David Saperstein, salary unknown, reputation very liberal, heavy clout. Simon Wiesenthal Center, staff 100, membership 385,000 contributors. Membership not consulted on policy. Budget 12 million. Director, Rabbi Marvin Hare, HEIR, salary $163,000 a year. Reputation, conservative alarmist, loose cannon. Purpose, unearths Nazi war criminals and perceives anti-Semites, operates Holocaust Museum. What city? What's that? Where at? And it's interesting that it's on Pico Boulevard because Rothschild set up an organization to do the secret infiltration of Palestine, and it was called PICA, P-I-C-A. You need to look that up and check the connection. Major umbrella bodies, National Jewish Community Relations Advisory Council, staff 8, membership 11 national Jewish organizations, 117 local Jewish community relations organizations, budget $1.6 million, director Larry Rubin, purpose coordinates policy positions of 11 major agencies, serves as voice of CRCs, which is Community Relations Councils, Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. Know about this group because every time the Jewish community goes to the White House, this is who shows up. The conference, you got the other tape? The Conference of Presidents of Major Jewish Organizations. Budget $600,000. Budget $600,000. Staff 5. Membership 50 national Jewish organizations with a combined membership of 3 million. Director Malcolm Holein, Hoenlein. Salary unknown. Represents Jewish community to government on Israel and Palestine issues. American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC. You should know about them. That's the Jewish political lobby. When Clinton became the president, the head of AIPAC, David Steiner, bragged to another Jewish man that we got the goods on Clinton. Give me a $200,000 donation. I'll see that you get what you need to represent your financial group. The man wiretapped him, played the tape to the Washington Times. The tape went public. The head of AIPAC resigned 2 days after Clinton won for president. And I bet you if you go through the LA Times, you won't even find the story. Did we get everybody on the donation? Did we get everybody? Anybody did we miss? I appreciate the support of all of you. Don't clap yet until after Sister counts it. Because I sat here and worked hard one night, and boy, that thing looked like a big ball. I was real excited. That guy was 160 singles, which is all right. That's okay. Just don't spend a lot of money getting the lecture together. Now, World Jewish Congress. Oh, let me go back to AIPAC. Staff 150, budget 15 million, membership 50,000 individuals plus major Jewish organizations. Director Thomas Dine. Get the book They Dare Speak Out about Paul Finley and others. By Paul Finley and about him and others. They Dare Speak Out. Director Thomas Dine, salary $177,000 a year, lobbies Congress on aid to Israel, Middle East, and arms sales. World Jewish Congress. It was Jesse Jackson who went to the World Jewish Congress meeting recently in Brussels, Switzerland, wherever Brussels is at, Belgium, wherever. It was there that Jesse went and spoke to the World Jewish Congress and announced that Zionism was a liberation strategy. They have a staff of 45 people, membership, Central Jewish Councils of 86 countries and 48 U.S. organizations, budget $4 million, director Israel Singer. Purpose, represents world Jewry before the UN and numerous governments. Council of Jewish Federations, staff 90, membership 187 Jewish welfare federations. Do you know in most cities, the social service delivery system is dominated by the Jewish welfare agencies? If you go to any city, a Jewish vocational service, a Jewish Federation of Social Services, or some organization will coordinate your food pantry, your homeless relief system, your battered women's shelters, your what do they call them things? Not halfway houses, settlement houses. The Jewish social service delivery system dominates the field of social work. And that you need to be aware of. Council of Jewish Federation staff 90, budget 11 million, director Marvin Carr, K-R-A-A-R, Carr. Salary $207,000 a year. Now, those are for the record. Jewish organizations and what they in fact do. Now let's go back to the ADL. Says that the ADL, small group of undercover operatives throughout the nation, is being paid by the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith to spy on Palestinian, black nationalists, and white supremacist groups, according to a San Francisco law enforcement official. The operatives rely on local police and sheriffs, deputies, to provide scores or access to confidential law enforcement and motor vehicle information in probable violation of criminal law, said the official who spoke on the conditions of anonymity. The official is close to the investigation of suspected illegal domestic spying by ex-San Francisco police officer Tom Gerard and paid ADL informant Roy Bullock. Now, the other day in LA, the first demonstration against the ADL was held, and this story appeared in your LA Times, Wednesday, June 30th. LAPD linked to spy case investigated. Law enforcement inquiry focuses on whether officials gave confidential information to the Anti-Defamation League, police chief says. Los Angeles Police Department is investigating alleged allegations that one or more officers compiled confidential information about citizens and turned it over to the Defamation League. The allegations were taken very seriously, Superintendent Williams said during a meeting of the Los Angeles Police Commission. An investigation was begun immediately. The results of the investigation, when it is completed, will be made publicly. Well, the ADL offices were raided in November. More information was found in December. We're now in June, and you claim you've investigated immediately. My allegation is that what we will find, in fact, is that there was prior knowledge of the LAPD's collaboration with the ADL, and this superintendent knew it. The last superintendent knew it. They knew it in Philadelphia where they did it too. Now, you need to find out if Willie Williams has ever been to Israel, because Israel takes many police chiefs to Israel. Did he do it? You need to find out. Is anybody here that works for him that can answer it for us? I need for you to listen to a radio show tomorrow night at midnight. Is that correct? Tomorrow night at midnight? On what station, Brother Mike? 89.9 on the FM dial. KCRW. Mike, the master mixer. Yes. Mike welcomed me in his home yesterday where we mixed a little Coakley, which he'll mix with a little music, and at midnight tomorrow night, while you watching Showtime at the Apollo, you can put Mike on. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, brother. Police Commission President Jesse Brewer. Is that a black man? What's to him? Negro? He's ex-policeman. He used to be the chief. Used to be the deputy chief. The Gates. Ooh, shit. Damn. Anyway, it says he echoed Williams' comments and members of the Arab American group who have, in fact, I'm going to take that chair there. Can I have that chair? who have pressed the department for action on the charges said they were cautiously gratified by the promise of action. This is the first time that we've heard from the commission that there is an investigation. Now, there's something important coming up that I want you to pick up out of this story. The disclosures Tuesday marked the first time that the LAPD, now you can leave it up because I'll get up there in a minute. It's the first time that the LAPD publicly acknowledged that it is probing charges that at least one officer within the department may have turned over confidential information to the Anti-Defamation League or to an investigator who worked for the group. Those charges grew out of the San Francisco investigation. Now, in the back of the story is an interesting comment about the march against the ADL, which we got a report from Brother Ostenu the other day, who gave us an informative breakdown about something that he noticed that was peculiar at the demonstration. And it's mentioned in the back of the article. It says, Verb Dynamy, who with Alderman Farrell, ex-Alderman Farrell, had come out against the ADL, and Merv Dynamy was asking for them to be investigated, which I hear many people felt was rare. And it says that Merv Dynamy and Farrell asked for the investigation to be conducted. It says that Dynamy urged the department to investigate the charges, saying that they undermine the confidence building that the commission has embarked upon with considerable success. Members of the group that addressed the police commission Tuesday said that their fears about the LAPD surveillance were heightened by what they considered suspicious police conduct at the rally last week. Demonstrators gathered outside the ADL headquarters in Westwood. What's that address?
10495 Santa Monica Boulevard.
10459 Santa Monica Boulevard. Hold it, say it again. 10495 Santa Monica Avenue. Boulevard, what floor?
We were outside. I don't know.
Okay, we need to be inside. Now, demonstrators gathered outside the ADL headquarters in Westwood last Tuesday. Bada said he accused the LAPD of sending a plainclothes photographer to take pictures of the protesters. Bada said demonstrators knew the photographer was a police officer because they had seen him earlier in the day riding in the car with the LAPD. They use them all the time. Those of you that were there at the demonstration told me you saw that policeman shooting those pictures of the demonstrators, didn't you? The point to that is that if they were sent by the LAPD, then how can they investigate themselves when it comes to the ADL? Because if you're lawfully demonstrating in front of a location, to shoot your picture is of no necessity. Why does the ADL says they're fighting anti-Semitism? So the ADL has license plates on citizens. If you're fighting anti-Semitism, why do you have driver's license photographs, criminal histories, fingerprint information on surveillance targets? You're fighting anti-Semitism. What do you need their fingerprints for?
The name, address.
Well, see, the fingerprints could be used to you can take a fingerprint and put in a mold of wax and put on a weapon the mold and remove it and, in fact, accuse someone of a crime. Fingerprints. No black organization has fingerprints on any white person ever in the history of America, not even its own white employees. Now, I make that suggestion. Driver's license photographs. When the ADL started to attack me in Chicago, they went to the City of Chicago Police Department to pull my criminal record. of which I didn't have one. Deputy Superintendent of Police calls me. How did you manipulate the file so that it's shown you have no record? I said, I know you don't believe a black man don't have one. There's no black man without one, but I don't have one. Next, they went to the Department of the Treasury of the city to see if I had a special grant because I was the lowest paid person in the mayor's office. Also, they went to the Secretary of State to pull my driver's license and found out I didn't have one. I've never had one, ever. And that's so peculiar that they, in fact, had someone call me and ask me where was my license at, seeing that every black man got a driver's license.
They forgot to give you a card.
So, no, I don't have one. I never had one. But the point of it is that's where they start when they attack a target, not over your commentary. So when the LAPD is substantiated as having shot pictures, is there anybody here tonight from the Los Angeles Police Department? Please raise your hand. Anybody here from the LAPD? There's nothing wrong with telling. Anybody here an informant for the LAPD? No, I mean, please, just raise your hand. We're not going to do anything to you. Anybody here work for the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith? Anybody, you can raise your hand, please. There's no problem. All right. Okay. Now, part of what the ADL does, once they get a profile of a person is, they hold a meeting like this. This came in the Chicago Defender. The date of the story is November 5th, 1988. Chicago Defender, that's the black daily in Chicago. In fact, that last paragraph on the end is a commentary from Merv Dynamite, which was a part of a series of discussions. Los Angeles, they were not on the agenda. Chicagoans Jesse Jackson, Stephen Coakley, and Louis Farrakhan were the main concerns of the Jewish leaders at a panel discussion of black-Jewish relations at the National Executive Committee meeting of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith in Los Angeles last weekend. This is the National Executive Committee meeting, bringing up the names of three guys who live all the way in Chicago. It says, panelists were Congressman Julian Dixon, Mickey Leland, Melvin Levine, and Sherney Bromberg, director of the ADL's Community Service Division. With his opening remarks, moderator Thomas Hamburger, a member of the Chicago ADL Executive Committee, set the tone for the ensuing discussion of the workshop theme, Black-Jewish Relations, Where Do We Go From Here? You see, every time there's a Black-Jewish Relations meeting, the reason I'm showing you this could be any meeting, as brother will verify. Never is the name of a white man brought up as a source of discussion about a disagreement, because black people don't keep names of the Jewish people. So outside of saying y'all in South Africa, there's not much said about perpetrators against black people. But the Jewish people call the names. And then they go get people and say, now I want you to repudiate these people. It says there, the Jewish community agrees that we can agree to disagree on some matters like affirmative action, quotas, and our reservations about Jesse Jackson, Hamburger said. But we don't understand is the silence of black leaders in reference to Stephen Coakley. It pains us and mystifies us. What we don't understand is the silence of black leaders in reference to Stephen Coakley. It pains us and mystifies us. Knowing that they work off the Kabbalah, mysticism is right up their alley. That's right down their third eye. When they went to the other people in Chicago and around the country and asked them to condemn Steve Coakley, two things happened. Either they said, boss, look, the guy See, I was at the lecture the other night. He busted on Ralph Williams for delivering that 3-day notice on his apartment for that West Brown Realty Company because he was out there talking about the boule, and even though they know where he is in town and could have called him and say, we want you out of the apartment that we gave you, they just tacked the 3-day notice on the door with a nasty little note with a Ralph Williams as the signature on it, letting him know it's what he's saying that's getting him in trouble. You see, the black leaders know that Coakley will talk about your ass. That's what I'm saying. And because Coakley will talk about you, there was a mystifying silence about Coakley. And the dialogue was, look, boss, I need to take a ride on this one. Because he'll ruin me in the black community if you make me use my profile and busting him, because he'll bust on me back. He's pretty strong with the documentation part.
Go ahead. That's right.
Congressman Leland, who had not heard of the Coakley incident until some weeks ago after Coakley was fired, need a pointer. After Coakley was fired, show you right, that's the honor of the African pointer. Until some weeks ago after, he had not heard of Coakley until some weeks after Coakley was fired from his City of Chicago position, reminded the audience that most people outside of Chicago did not know who Coakley was. And while it may have been important to the Jews, blacks had more urgent problems on their agenda.
That's right.
He walked right out of that meeting and ran right into a mountain. And it was a Jewish congressman named Abrams that led the search to find them. And I was told that some of those people were alive when they found them. Remember what he was trying to do? He was saying they're starving Somalia and Ethiopia 3 years before you had your Mogadishu incident. The two Jewish panelists, Levine and Bromberg, wanted to know why more black officials did not repudiate Jesse Jackson's 1984 Hymietown remark and alleged anti-Semitic statements by Minister Farrakhan. If Jesse Jackson articulates the pain of the black experience, he does not represent the higher aspirations of his people as Martin Luther King did. But remember, it was a Jewish financier named Levinson who laid down the big bucks and even wrote Martin's speeches. He was the communist that Hoover was monitoring Martin for, who lived till he died while Martin was murdered. I think black elected officials tend to be offended when they must defend other people's conduct, replied Congressman Dixon, obviously annoyed at the comments. Look, quote, we all look alike, but we don't all think alike. We're not monolithic. I can only speak for myself. If you want to know what others think, ask them. I have never, ever been invited to a black-Jewish dialogue. Seeing that I am one of the most profound on the Jewish question, I don't understand why they ain't never wanted my enlightenment in their meeting. But the success of the meeting depends upon a great preponderance of ignorance. Or only the ignorant would even sit down with a fake Jew. You must understand that the issue of repudiation is very difficult when it is not generated from the heart. In other words, he's telling it, look, you want me to condemn Coakley, I will, but I don't believe in it. And the Jewish guy say, look, I don't care what you call it. Give it to me. I want to hear it. I had one Jewish rabbi down in Louisiana. They had a big black Jewish center at Dillard. And Joe Lowry and all them were condemning me, and the Jewish rabbi stood up. He said, look, all y'all get in the room and condemn Coakley. I want you to go out there, out in the street, into your neighborhoods and condemn him there as real proof of your loyalty.
Right, boy.
That's right. And boys say, it's hot out there, boss, I can't try it. That's why you understand why I fight hard blacks who stab us in the back while we're fighting, because I understand they're dependent upon for the acquiescence in the attack of our leadership. If they hadn't made a Negro with Jewish money, they wouldn't have a group to celebrate the dark, ugly man they called Marcus Garvey, Du Bois did. W.E.B. Du Bois, strongly influenced and controlled by Jewish leadership, including Joel Spingard, who was proven to be a spy for the U.S. government, who was the leadership focal point, mentor for Du Bois, and readily condemned Marcus Garvey each and every time they asked him. The politics of repudiation have been going on for quite a while. Congressman Levine noted that he's still working, ain't he? He's still there, ain't he? Noted that there were many examples of cooperation between the two ethnic groups, that Jewish and black congressmen have been highly supportive of each other's most important foreign policy goals, i.e. the aid to Israel and sanctions against South Africa. And he's correct. Outside of Gus Savage, now former congressman, none of the Black Caucus ever voted against aid to Israel. And the reason they could vote $4 billion for Israel and $600,000 for all of Africa is because you have never pressured them on the subject.
Look at Africa.
Look at the what?
South Africa. Against South Africa.
Ain't that something? And in fact, every time a Jewish magazine talks on black-Jewish relations, it's a small b. Together, we have resisted legislative attacks on civil rights. Sorry, that's wrong. We have resisted them effectively. We must continue to stress the importance of this coalition. But the California congressman also expressed his reservations about Jesse Jackson. Quote, I believe that it's fair to conclude that Jesse's past record on Israel and on Jewish concerns has certainly not been characterized by an extraordinary sensitivity. And I think that we should be concerned about his political activities have energized many who are seen as not only hostile to Israel, but perhaps even the Jews in some parts of this country. Let's go back. Jesse Jackson, under his breath, calls them Jaime Town, which means that he, like most moderate Negroes, under their breath, really might not like them. But because they dance for the money, I dance for the money, I dance for the money, and I'm sure going to get some more. Because they dance for the money, they stifle what might be their true feeling. I'm only saying that probably deep in all of their souls is the same level of resistance. It's just their compromise when it comes out to reality. Says in an interview following the panel discussion, Congressman Dixon, who earlier expressed admiration for the way Jews organize and how they support each other in business activities, was asked if he felt that his attempt at dialogue was one-sided, in as much as there were no opportunities for blacks to express their concerns about the behavior of the Jewish community. Now we done finally got a reflection from where? Where were we at? Remember where we're at. We're in the National Executive Committee meeting of the Anti-Defamation League. And what we found out that they took a group of blacks in the meetings and the blacks never even had a turn at bat. How you gonna play baseball with just the top of the inning and not the bottom? That's like trying to. Yeah, sure, you're right. So, yes, it was, he replied, but I see nothing wrong with Jewish groups talking about Israel. However, I do wish an equivalent number of black groups were talking about foreign policy in Africa. Well, however, that's relevant. But the point of it is that they jack these guys up behind the scenes. And when they jack them up behind the scenes, then we don't get any power out of these dialogues because the dialogues are filtered with anti-black activity. Pastor, come on up here and let's talk. Let's talk. This brother has agreed to come here tonight to talk to us about Black-Jewish relations in Los Angeles. And I want to have him, you would like to sit? Well, however, standing's okay. I'll probably propose a question or two, just as background. And Pastor, I had you know, I'm really sorry. Okay. Pastor Emmanuel Purnell. Right. Of the Kingdom of God headquarters. The Kingdom of God headquarters. That's a big lofty title. And we're glad to know God got many headquarters. Right. Including his. Okay. All right. And brother has been involved in Black-Jewish relations here in Los Angeles? I've been involved in the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance where all those things come in. Right, because, and that's important. He said that because in Chicago, when the Coakley thing came, they went and got the Catholic Archbishop, what's his name? Bernardine. They got Sterling, a guy named Sterling, who was like the main Protestant man. They got an Episcopalian guy, Frank Carey, Pastor Carey, and they formed a ministerial alliance on the Coakley question. And what he understands is that they bring these denominations together to do what sort of things? Well, for one thing, I would say that the whole thing is part of control. And I'd like to go back into the depths of that. Because right now, for the last 2 years, I've been down in front of the United States District Court claiming and actually pointing out that the religion of Judaism permeates the whole government. And here's how they've done it. And that gets all of us. Their concept of right and wrong, their concept of good and evil, their concept of justice, their concept of peace, their concept of freedom, even of the Constitution, every bit of it is right there in the Constitution. And when they have you to swear to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, they are automatically having you to swear to preserve, protect, and defend Judaism. In fact, they say, as Reardon did, I do solemnly swear. Solemnly, yes. Solemnly, yes. Remember. But now, and Reardon did it too. Of course. In fact, every politician, every one of them, every, I would say, school teacher, every person who works for the government, period, every judge, and I believe it or not, when I said this to the judges, the United States District Court judges, you know what they say? You're right. You're right. They are. But you know what else is really happening? And frankly, I don't know whether they might try to kill me before I get even back to the place. But so what? I'm going to die anyhow. And I've always said that I'm going to die for what is right. And then we say it's about time that we stop having to die for doing what is right. Okay. All right. Wonderful. But you know what, though? You said something, Brother Coakley, a little bit earlier. You spoke about a revolution, a change. That's right. You see, the message that I've gotten out of that book and what I was brought up with was about change. It was about a new kind of a government, a new kind of a kingdom. And frankly, the real issue with those called Jews and us, because they see in us the spirit that they were supposed to have had, that they don't have. They hear in those spirituals the songs of the kingdom of God on earth, and this is what they were supposed to represent. And because they know that they could not have taken over this country, they couldn't have taken it over without having the race. That fellow Blumenbach, he was born in 1752 and died in 1840. It was during that same time that they were colonizing Africa. At the same time. And at the same time, they were also trying to really take over this country, I mean, full-fledged like they have it today. And they knew that they couldn't do it except they had some way of dividing up the Christian-oriented people. Now, in this Bible, the Bible that I have, called the King James Version of the Bible, there was no reference at all to race, only the foot race. And this book also says to have respect for persons is not good, for a piece of bread that man will transgress. And even another one says that you mark those people who cause divisions contrary to the doctrine which you've learned and avoid them. For they that assert serve not our Lord Jesus Christ, but rather their own bellies. And why are they doing it? For just that. But I want to go back a little bit here to the Jewish question. Frankly, as Coakley pointed out, and I know that if you really study the Bible, you will know that that Bible could not possibly have come through Jews. Couldn't. It couldn't have. Abraham was born about 1300 BC. You have the Hammurabi Code that was around more than 2000 BC. Actually about 23 or 2400.
See, I even have. You see some very deadly things in Abraham. You see, not only did he say he bought people with his own money, so-called slave owner, but this fellow Abraham, when you really look at it, when he went down into Egypt, and he was always around Egypt, his sons, Isaac was gone into Egypt, so was Jacob, all the rest of them in Egypt. But this fellow Abraham, when he went into Egypt and lied about his relationship with Sarah, you know what the Egyptians did? They put him out. They said, you're gonna defile the whole land. But you know what they did to him when they put him out? They loaded him down with stuff. But now listen to Abraham. When Abraham put Hagar out with a child, what did he give her? A jug of water and a piece of bread, and put him out in the wilderness. Can you see how unjust that was? But in other words, but then you look at Deuteronomy 20 and 10 tells you essentially what they do. It says, when you go up to a city to fight against it, now that's your goal. Proclaim peace, come in the name of peace. And if they make you answer peace and open to you, then it shall be that all the people that are found therein shall be tributaries unto you, and they're going to serve you. And that's essentially what they have done. They lied, and this fellow, Peter Stuyvesant, when that group came in out of South America under Asalibi, it's about 24. It was about 1644. When Asalibi wanted to land in this country, Peter Stuyvesant said no because of their unchristian religion. But you know what Peter Stuyvesant didn't know? He didn't know that his boss were the Jews over there in Holland, because the Dutch East India Company was run by them.
That's right. That's right. Tell him, Father.
And so did this fellow Stuyvesant was tricked, because Asalibi said, well, look, if we get a letter from your boss saying we can stay, can we stay? And Stuyvesant said yes. But Stuyvesant did not know that they had it. Now, I'm going to say some other things to you, though, about this race situation. Now, Coakley made it very clear, and I was very pleasantly surprised to hear him use the name John Frederick Blumenbach, because this is a guy who actually did all the race classification things. And I'll tell you what, you can find it out at UCLA, the Biomedical Library. In fact, I'll give you even the call numbers if you want it, where you can go at Negroes that colored or whatever. They have played a pivotal role in almost every war that this government's been in, almost every time. In the Revolutionary War, you know what the British did? They promised those people called slaves, okay, we will free you if you join with us. You know what? Washington had come back and say, hey, wait a minute, we're going to free you. So therefore, and they did join with the revolutionaries here. Okay, but the other part, the War of 1812, same thing. But now this is where you're getting down to the time of the Colonization Society. The American Colonization Society was set up specifically to get black folks out of this country. That's right. But the other part, though, even before when the Constitution was put together, it was put together with the religion of Judaism. And you know who says that? The Central Conference of American Rabbis and the Union of American Hebrew Congregations. Right. They say it themselves. Now, this particular
it's on the dollar bill, too, right?
Of course it's
What's on the dollar bill?
and in God we trust, but also you have the, you have the star. Sure, it's there. The star.
And them 13 stars.
It's all there. But now this particular package, I've probably passed out maybe about almost 100,000 of these down in front of the United States District Court, also in front of the state office building. And here it's called religious favoritism in public schools. And I go down the line with this. And on the back of it, I have copies, actually the reprints of what they wrote on how they took over the whole government. They said that they ignored the New Testament and resorted almost exclusively to the Old Testament. So it's like saying we have proof from their own words. And there were some of those called Jews come out and say, well, look, that's anti-Semitism. Now, they started that on me back in 1972. So when I heard about this coming out, I said, well, I don't see how they can possibly keep from having my name on that list. And I know they can't keep having my name on the list. And so I'm saying to you again, when you have their own writings, well, they said it, and some of those Jews, ignorant ones, when they come up to me and charge me with anti-Semitism, I say, you go and talk to your rabbi. And when they come back, you know what they said? Very sheepish. Well, hey, you're right. But they don't say it openly. Now, here's what the other plan for the revolution. There is a new concept of all those old ultimate values. And believe it or not, right now in the state of California, they have just adopted a whole pamphlet talking about teaching about religion in the public schools. And they're supposed to do it. Now, when we start together, so we want all points of view, and I like what he had to say there. We need to sit down and listen to one another. It's very obvious that we've come different ways. It's very obvious we've come different ways. And they want to make sure you come different ways. And right now, they've been controlling the input of the minds. Now, if you control the input of a person's mind, hey, you got them. And this is what, though, they've also done to the preachers. They came to one interdenominational ministerial alliance meeting and said to us, hey, look, all of you that want to get big church buildings, there's a lot of money for you here.
Who said that?
Oh, mercy. It was coming out of the official government. In fact, some of Bradley's people was relating that. And so all these churches you see around here now, brand new buildings and big edifices, frankly, they are already controlled. And you know how they control them? In the first place, they have to swear that they're going to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. They have to. That's part of their Articles of Incorporation. When I heard Brother Coakley speak about tax-exempt status, when you got that, hey, you have already sold out. You are not being led by God and by God's Spirit anymore. Now you're being led by Babylon. You've been led by the government of the world. You've been led by Caesar. And so how in the world are you going to be prepared to take and possess the whole land when you've already devoted yourself to serving Caesar? You've already said, look, I'm going to serve you. And that's what the people are doing. But now I will say one other thing to you, is that as far as we're concerned, when we start, and even small groups, when you start to take a stand that is really true, that's going to lead to paradise on earth, you're going to see people gathering from all over. The book said they're going to come from the east and west and north and south, out of every nation, every kindred, every tongue. But they're going to come to the word of God. They're not going to come to so-called race or national division, the classes. They're going to come to the word that leads to the kingdom of God on earth. Now, our whole organization, I would say, is based upon that. And there are a number of books. And this is the other part, one of the reasons why that I don't even look to any large group right now. When those books are received in the public schools, a new definition of God, a new definition of love, new definition of the soul, the spirit, the heart, the mind, even of the judgments. Believe it or not, those judgments are already written. It's just a matter now of a little time. And I say, as the army comes together, I'm talking about the army of the saints, the army of God's people, and they start to distribute those judgments, you're going to find a lot of folks going to be running. And one of the judgments is against the world churches, synagogues, temples, and mosques. You hear me? You hear what I say? It's real. And I tell you what, when it goes out, it's going to be a lot of burning. It's going to be some burning and some shaking. And then, but when it's over, when the saints are ready, and that's the major part right now, when we are ready to take charge of the government, then God's going to give it to you. Say, okay, there it is. Just go ahead and take it. But now, if we today, though, Brother Coakley, if we were told, okay, tomorrow morning, the kingdom is yours, would you know what to do with it? Would you know how to operate?
Get the tape Revolution 101.
So what I'm saying is this. One of the things that has to be done first is the education, the preparation. And frankly, when it is prepared, then it's going to be very simple. That last trump is going to sound, and then the voice will say, it is done. The kingdoms of the world have become the kingdom of God. Those fellows, like they are indeed bought. They are bought.
And let me ask you, brother, who are the representatives from the Jewish community that show up at these meetings?
Well, frankly, they have surrogates that come in. These are people that are already, like you mentioned here, that meets with them, and they tell them what they want them to do, and then they come in and do it. But I want to tell you, you can be sure that they don't like me. I'm talking about these preachers.
Okay, now I got to ask you one more time.
Okay. All right.
What are the names of the surrogates that you saw at the meeting? Right. See, this is
name of the
see, we couldn't write a Bible unless we call them John, Paul, Peter, Judas, Jesus, right? Everybody had a name.
Well,
I suggested to Brother Jamal that I wanted you to be here because what I wanted to do for the brothers and sisters here were to put a few names into the arena so that they could understand that when they left here, they had focus for their consternation.
Well, I want to say that you've actually called some of them already. like Chip Murray, okay, and the person who is his main bodyguard, Frankie to me is a goon. You know what I'm talking about?
Name, Frankie?
Oh no, I'm talking about
Butler or
Butler
or Mark Whitlock?
I'm talking about Butler.
Attorney Whitlock?
I'm talking about the one called himself
Julius Butler.
Julius Butler. And I want to tell you a little example. There was some criticism that I had that I'm passing out at First AME Church. You know what this fella says to me? You can't pass out these things here. I said, what do you mean I can't pass them out? All right, so then what he did when he couldn't stop me from passing them out, he went on the inside and told his people, now you take them away from the folks as they come in. I said, that's the way the old Communist Party did things. And that's exactly what they're doing now. So I'm saying that about, and I went to Chip and told him, because I know Chip, because he's in the IMA, okay? He's one of the vice presidents. But Chip says, well, let me know, come back and tell me what they did. All right, I went outside. When I got to the door, Butler had the door virtually bolted. When I said bolted, I mean he's got people standing right there. No, you can't get to him. It's like saying that kind of a group, when it comes to really following the Spirit of God or following what they're supposed to do, hey, they're sold out. There were some groups in the South, though, and I want to say this to you. Many years ago, in fact, even when I was going out, they were not incorporated. And you don't have to be incorporated to be a church. But I want to tell you this, at one time I was. You know how and why I was? Because the IRS had challenged the words that I had to say. And one of the guys, the fellow's name, in fact, he was one of the attorneys for the appellate division. He said to me, well, yeah, okay. He says, all right, if you tell me what you want on it, I'll fill it out so that you won't have to worry with them then. Okay. So I said, well, all right, if you're going to put down what I want to put on. Okay, so I did it. But here's what happened. And this is why I say no, never again. When I went to demonstrate in Compton the kind of words that I have to say, 6 Compton automobile dealers got together and they filed a suit against me and against the organization. And when they filed a suit against me, I went into the court in Long Beach, Judge Roy Brown. And Brown read what I had stated. And he says, well, Reverend, you judge by the law of God, but I judge by the law of the land. I said, are the laws of the land based on truth? He said, I won't answer that. And then that was a big laugh in the courtroom. But you know what he said also? But because of our rules, you cannot defend yourself in the court. You can't defend an organization when you're the head of it. And so I knew right then, well, that's the end of that organization. That's the end of it. And as far as that goes, from that point on, no, they won't get me under that trap again. Because, as I said earlier, if they kill me, okay.
They're not going to kill you.
It's a song I used to sing, I'm going to die with the staff in my hand.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
God bless you.
Which one is yours? This one yours?
You're in big trouble.
You hear that?
You're in big trouble.
I appreciate Pastor Purnell being here. He mentioned something about, we were talking about the Star of David on the dollar bill. A very wise man brought me an article that I want to share with you. This donation bucket. We still got to wait. Don't get up and leave yet. We started got it going on. I got to do the Minister Farrakhan part. I got to do the Jewish hit list part. I got to do the Cornel West part. And I got another little part in there. This is the Good Life bucket. I done pass this around for the Good Life. Please do what you can for them. Of course, you know they stopped selling food 2 hours ago. So many of us need to make sure that we cover them. I don't know how and where to start this. Someone will let it flow. This is for the Good Life Health Food Store, and we appreciate them hosting us here tonight. A very wise brother brought me this article, and he's here tonight. And I won't expose him because he don't like that. He brought me a LA Times article, Brother Astanu, from August 15th, 1987. And the article was Engraver Surreptitiously Etched Tiny Star of David on U.S. Stamp. A government engraver etched a tiny Star of David into a design of a $1 stamp last year. The first-time postal officials say that a symbol has been surreptitiously placed on a U.S. stamp. Officials of the Bureau of Printing and Engraving said Friday that the mark was added by Kenneth Kipperman. Now, y'all make sure y'all do something for the good life. Put something in the good life bucket. Now, we all make sure that we cover them. Says that it was done by Kipperman, who was arrested by the District of Columbia Police in June and charged with threatening the blow-up of a site of the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum. The Bureau, part of the Treasury Department, ordered an immediate review of the hand-engraved stamp dies after the star was discovered as a result of a telephone tip. The dies are the metal plates from which most U.S. stamps are reproduced. The review does not focus solely on stamps engraved by Kipperman. They believe, it says, the tiny star at the right of Ravel, they put it on a guy named Bernard Ravel, founder of New York's Yeshiva University. Anybody ever heard of him? Bernard Ravel? You heard of him? I'm unfamiliar with him.
He's a wealthy Jew. A wealthy Jew.
Okay.
Might be a different Jew or one of his offspring. Ravel Toys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It says the tiny star to the right of Ravel's lips on the stamp is not visible to the naked eye. But Polikoff said it was visible on the die from which the light green stamp, part of a series honoring famous Americans, was printed. Because millions of the Ravel stamps have been printed with the Star of David, it is not expected to appreciably increase the stamp's value to the collectors. Can you imagine? Stuff the Star of David on a picture, on a stamp. Thought that was interesting. This story here is from a elected officials ward newspaper in Chicago. The Alderman Speaks. This is Alderman Streeter. As you can see, this is the original version. Of course, we got plenty copies, but I like showing the original version. And it says, Alderman Streeter recently revealed that he and several other prominent African-American leaders were among those listed on a Jewish hit list of people to be removed from public office or silenced, according to recent news reports. Controversial researcher Steve Coakley was also on this list, which surfaced prior to his firing. Now it looks like, and they mentioned other ministers and others in Chicago who were being identified. It says there are a lot of people on the Jewish anti-defamation hit list, Alderman Streeter said. Myself, Attorney Tom Todd, Luke Palmer, Minister Farrakhan, anyone who expresses views that they don't agree with, who will be next? The Alderman said that he would not be a part of any move to silence or castrate another black person. The reason I read that is because what his position was. He would not be a part of any move to silence and castrate anyone. Now I have a principle. If somebody is attacking you and they're not good or favorable, I will not lend to them any of my credibility to make them look better than they actually are, which could cause confusion if the fight comes. We're in an evolving situation where the dynamics of black-Jewish relations have changed drastically. Jesse, for years accused of Hymietown, went to the world's Jewish Zionist Congress and came out with that misnomer about what really Zionism was. You okay, Ron? Yeah. Okay. Feedback?
Yeah, when you move the mic.
It seems as though it was feedbacking while I was up here. Okay. We also know that the black-Jewish relationships that have developed around the country, as I mentioned earlier, were forced underground. We know that we started the process of identifying each and every person who was involved in the castigating of black men and black women in their positions, and we alert any and every black person that they have the primary responsibility to stay away from the people who have past records of disrespecting the servers of our community. In the story about Steve Coakley, the whole Steve Coakley attack was led by two guys
on behalf of the Jewish people. One man is this man who you can barely see on this piece of paper. His name is Irv Kupchnik. He's a columnist like Hedda Hooper or Walter Winchell or whoever you think is a prominent gossip columnist. He's been in this job over 50 years. He's been in Chicago. In fact, if you got some old films of Malcolm, you'll see Malcolm arguing with Irv Kupchnik. It's been around many years. When the Tribune broke the story on Steve Coakley, which appeared May 1st, 1988 in the Chicago Tribune, and I mentioned here having the long list of the computer printouts of all the Coakley articles over me being attacked, including the dates and times of those in the LA Times, which all you got to do is hit my name in the index. Everything will fall out. But look at the names of the Jewish people who are my accusers. Two names that will predominate is Irv Kupchnik and Rabbi Robert J. Marks, who heads the Jewish Council on Urban Affairs in Chicago. The Jewish Council on Urban Affairs was the group that did that early warning spy system that set up the 25 groups that had the ADL, the American Jewish Congress, the American Jewish Committee, and all of the other Jewish and black social service agencies involved in it. This early warning system, of which I had secured the documents for, and in fact, I grabbed a black man named Joe Washington and threw him on the wall at a meeting in a restaurant in the basement of City Hall, where I had told him I had heard he was involved in spying for the Jewish community. I jacked him up on the wall, and he said, "I'll get you the files." He went back to his organization, which was the Citizen Schools Committee, and took every single file that was in there on the early warning system, which is what you see right here. The grant, I've talked about this in every lecture. Every Savior's Day, I spoke on this grant. Every time I ever lectured, I always use Cecil Rhodes and I always use the Jewish Council on Urban Affairs spy system. And that Jewish Council on Urban Affairs spy system was led by its chairman, Rabbi Marks. And these are the organizations who became a part of that early warning system, which is what that ADL is doing, that spy system, that early warning, that monitoring things before they happen. Here is a list: the Urban League, NAACP, Operation Push, Human Relations Committee, Committee on Human Community Relations Service, etc. League of Women Voters, organizations who participate in the early warning spy process, which is where I first ran across ADL spying. But it was against Rabbi Marks that I attacked, and the attack against me was to protect Rabbi Marks and his agent, Jane Ramsey. Irv Kupchnik, on the Thursday before my story broke, May 1st, 1988, Irv Kupchnik leaked the story in his column, which is what his column looks like in the Chicago Sun-Times, as well as on his TV show, and he articulated the fact that I was one of the worst guys he ever saw, and he was going to do everything he possibly could to see me wiped off the face of the earth. And I picked up the phone from the mayor's office, and I called Irv Kupchnik and asked him, "What's to this story?" He said, "Coakley, you're a damn slimy dog. You're a bastard. I hate you." And he just mouthed off. And when he finished, I said, "Are you going to tell me what's in the story, or are you not?" He mouthed off some other comments, some of which I didn't even know what language it was in. My mama mailed me this story. Says, "I met with Minister Louis Farrakhan. I hadn't known before. To paraphrase a TV commercial, I tried him again for the first time, over dinner at his home. My impression that Farrakhan, the leader of the Nation of Islam, was bitterly anti-white and anti-Semitic, but the man whose guest I was at the palace, appropriately called for its elegance, may be changing. I emphasize may be changing, which I know will shock his denigrators. But that was the important message during the dinner's dialogue. I'm evolving as you are," Farrakhan said. "And if I may quote from the Quran, what I used to be, I am not now,
And what I am now, I will not be in the future, end of quote. And my mentor and predecessor, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, also evolving in his later days, as proof of that, he told me before he died that he would cease using the expression, the white man is the devil, which he had preached for years. He realized that was outdated and self-defeating, and that the crime of and killing in our community, the black man today could be called the devil. Quote, if you look at our community today and see what our people are doing to each other, and if you look at a little child sitting on a stoop being shot down by a passing car, that's pitiful and insane. You would have to say that is the act of demons. When I brought up the subject of many anti-Semitic statements, all logged by the Anti-Defamation League, Farrakhan's answer was a surprise by its lack of denial. Quote, you know I speak mostly to black audiences, he explained, and often when you speak to your own people, you are inclined to say things that you wouldn't say to other audiences. I am sure Jewish speakers address Jewish audiences do the same thing. Hence, I have said things that would aggravate Jews and other whites. Continued Farrakhan, but the charge that I once called Judaism a gutter religion, that one haunts me the most, was never said, which is absolutely correct. It was not said. And if anybody can prove I said it, I will go to the mountaintop and offer my apologies. The bottom line we suggest was the end of the shouting at each other. How do we accomplish that? His response, you and I have more days behind us than we can look forward to. But our children and grandchildren should have a much brighter future. Thus, it would be best to them if we engage in a dialogue to resolve any differences. Question mark, end of quotation mark. He cited the time he was invited to appear on Ted Koppel's Nightline with an adversary. Quote, I suggested I would appear only if I and the adversary met beforehand to iron out any differences, and then we go on the air with some positive news. But that wouldn't make an exciting show, would it? Dinner ended with his request to have a dialogue with rabbis and Jewish leaders. That is now in the process, and perhaps we'll discover we have all evolved. P.S. Farrakhan's home is under strict security with patrols outside and bodyguards inside, none allowed to carry guns. See, he was on his eyes and ears thing. Yeah. He's checking the soldiers. How does he know they don't have guns? He's checking them. I was accompanied by George O'Hara. You might not know George O'Hara, but that's Dick Gregory's white boy. George O'Hara is the white boy that put Taylor Branch on me, that did that bad article on me in May of '89 in Esquire magazine. George O'Hara is a scumbag white boy. He was at the meeting too. Like, Cup is a scumbag, dog-ass, dog bastard white man. Both of us were searching intensely on arrival. For which Farrakhan later apologized as unnecessary. We also had to remove our shoes and don white anklets over our socks to protect the white carpeting. My final question to Farrakhan at the dinner was, quote, do we get our shoes back? Anyway, that's the end of that story. My mother mailed me the story, one of the least conscious people on the planet. Then Cup did a follow-up story. He says, a reporter's report. Some time ago, I reported that Minister Louis Farrakhan, leader of the Nation of Islam and a noted violinist, accepted my suggestion over dinner at his home that we meet privately with members of the Jewish community to improve relations. That meeting, after schedules were coordinated, finally was held Thursday at the suburban home of Rabbi Robert Marks. This is the newsletter of the Jewish Council on Urban Affairs. This is the current state of black-Jewish relations in the city of Chicago by Rabbi Robert J. Marks. At the recent executive committee meeting at the Chicago Board of Rabbis, I was asked to prepare a summary of a report I have presented on the current state of black-Jewish relations. Needless to say, these relations are experiencing severe strains. More is involved than merely Steve Coakley's crude accusations that Jewish doctors were responsible for injecting the AIDS virus into blacks. And it goes on and on and on and condemns Brother Steve. Any black person in Chicago knows that Rabbi Marks is persona non grata in the black community. Irv Kupcinet is persona non grata in the black community, based upon their history. I know the brothers got the early warning documents because I took it over there and did it 8 different times at Savior's Day, so I know they know who the people are. I make a suggestion to you. In fact, I remember showing the tape about me being on Charles Carroll's show. And on that show, Sunday Morning Live with Charles Carroll, you see Rabbi Marks on that show calling me every single name in the book. Now, if I was attacked tomorrow by the Jewish community and I stumbled and fell and hit my head and died, and I had encoded a set of instructions that dictate who's to be fucked up if I even get hit by a piece of cotton, and if Rabbi Marks and Irv Kupcinet were on the list, will my followers be confused by who they had dinner with? Hell no. I will always make sure, I don't care what a person's motivations are, when it involves whether this aspect of our struggle survives and dies, I will fight anyone for giving credibility to the attackers of our operation. I have sent word that I want an explanation. I don't have to get one. I know just what to do with or without it. I have increased the pressure on Kupcinet and Rabbi Marks and Jane Ramsey and every other member of that operation because I believe, like I showed you at that summit, where Negroes who had betrayed us for years, profiles were being retooled with pictures of people that we love and respect. I love the brother, the organization, and the people, but we will have principles in our relationships with the enemy, and I will know you by what you do, not by what you say. If Rabbi Mark shows up here in LA, I'd be all over his white, pink, punkish ass. Excuse my language. Irv Kupcinet is damn near dead. He'll be withering in the dust any day now. But we must have principles about people who have sought to ruin things we want. If you don't want nothing, then I guess you got nothing to fight about. But there are things that I want that for us that must be achieved, else we will die. We are coming up on a situation where the hungry are going to fight the righteous because the righteous believe they have forever to make the revolution come about. We will work out no differences with the white man because no white man has ever come forth in honor and trust and kept one single deal he made with any of us, our brothers, sisters, cousins, fathers, uncles, or any other relative, and no black man will give the perception of that dope called hope that there will emerge some white man, especially out of the fake Jewish community. If they call themselves a rabbi, then they must be the devil, because we know they are the rabbi of nothing but evil and hate. Yet they are the ones who are called the pursuit of the haters. It's the ADL that put up the anti-hate law action. It's the ADL that plays out the World of Difference program, which was financed by Milliken. After years of receiving support from Meyer Lansky, the Jewish gangster, because the Jewish community, including Kupcinet, as well has been actively involved, even in supporting Gruzak. Jacob Greasy Thumb Gruzak, the Jewish gangster, who is the business manager to Al Capone. He's the big time money man. Al had the muscle, but Greasy Fingers had the smarts. We've never even dealt with the role of drugs and murder in our community and the Jewish mafia Italian connection that put it there. You ain't even talked about that, ever, let alone the diamond men pulling Jews and the rest of them. I make a suggestion to you that the Jewish black thing is a thing that goes on behind closed doors, and if it's good, bring it out front and let us all see it and hear it. Don't let me catch my name be brought up and you pass on your protection of the brother. I've never.
Hey man, you guys have it, man. Sheesh. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. See what you guys think about this video. I got a lot to say. The ADL, these different groups and stuff. Even when we talk about the NAACP, which is interesting, during this whole time period of George Floyd and Trayvon Martin and all the stuff that's happened, you haven't seen the NAACP one time step up and was like, hey, we're here for the advancement of colored folks, you know what I mean? And, all these other things, you know what I mean? So it's really interesting. But once people kind of pulled the cover off of them, it was like, oh shit, they've been exposed. You know what I mean? And so it was just like, I don't know if do people of color still, our people, do we still support the NAACP, for instance? It's just a thing, because that's a organization that is not for us and by us, you know what I mean? So it wasn't started for us, it's not ran for us, it's not, nothing. I can't even think of one single solitary thing in the history of this organization, for instance, the NAACP, that did anything for our people, ever, but use us, right? So when we talk about the ADL, we talk about these different things, the people that were marching with Dr. Martin Luther King, and you know what I mean? Using us, so to speak, positioning the leadership, putting themselves into leadership positions. Now, what's interesting, like a lot of the people, when we talk about the fair-skinned brothers and sisters, right, that once again it's colorism thing or whatever, a lot of those people were, or they basically were these people, family members of these people or whatever. So, we got to talk about that too as well. Peace.
What's up, man?
What's going down, bro?
For a couple, man. What's good, man? Hey,
who's that speaking? Who's
this
that?
Coppertone.
Coppertone, what's up, bro?
10-4, what's up? The reason the NAACP didn't show up because Black Lives Matter is the modern day save the day with everything that the bankers do, the replacement jewelry. It's a service that has to be provided. That's business on any business person out there. The money there, the currency there, the people there. You got to have a service. So they felt they had to step in. It was a relationship closer, but they had to split ties. Like the ADL was created after a Jew got convicted and hung off a black man's testimony, and those attorneys and all that was the talented 10th in Atlanta. So that was created, and you know what I'm saying? That was created, and the NAACP was, you know what I'm saying? Because round about that time, see, the lady, what's the lady? I just heard or watched something on her. The projects that's named after the lady from Chicago, I think. What's her name, Chief?
Ida B. Wells.
Ida B. Wells. Yes, that was created. See, the Harlem Renaissance. Renaissance means remake or whatever, reconstruction. They took all of the entertainers, grouped all that, and you know what happened around about that time. The Emmett Till, but she was a spokesman for all of the hangings and stuff. So they was righteous. They grabbed them. So King, after he seen what it was, they funded him. They funded everything. So what X was saying about this and that back then, that's what it was. You know what I'm saying? I've been saying that for the longest. It's the economics. They've been controlling the economics. So all of that prosperity in all of our families, ain't nothing wrong with it, because that all caps, that 1933, that shit, they, before that, things was more private. So the gold that they snatched, everybody settled, had to settle for the walking on the gold streets after they transitioned. But Casper ain't worrying about no walking on those streets of gold. You show that's shown in Ghost. When Patrick came back, he was looking for that love and shit. But let's get it, man.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, yo, bro, you know, when we talk about this particular set of people, right? They're behind damn near everything. You know what I'm saying? Every great crime, they would be behind it. You know what I'm saying? And I know people think that's crazy, and that's not saying all people, you know what I'm saying? Because once again, we can't categorize everybody under one thing. But most people are complicit in what's going on with the heads or the people who are in leadership of their people. You know what I'm saying? So the people are being complicit because we're allowing these people, we allow people to represent us, and they allow people to represent them, correct?
That's powerful what you said, Chief. So now look at the pyramid scheme. What's up, man? The pyramid scheme. So the higher up they know. So everybody has a part to play as a buffer. You know what I'm saying? It's a well-oiled machine. The orders, those different orders take orders. Let's get it.
Well, we talk about COINTELPRO, we talk about the baby boule, we talk about the boule, we talk about gatekeepers, we talk about like as if it's a conspiracy when it's absolutely not. Like, it's been exposed. The people that they work for, people that fund them, why they don't speak out, why they don't do certain things. You know what I'm saying? And why
Okay.
the system is moving the way it is. Now, he said something that was interesting, that when Jesse Jackson, who was speaking off record under his voice, and said what he said, right? Town, right? Like, when I was a kid, I didn't even like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even know what that meant at the time, right? But going back to him, you know what I mean? He had to go apologize and this, that, and the third. It's not as if they don't know, just like Jesse Jackson them don't know what the game is and what's
Oh
happening,
man, this is
right?
definitely yes. Let's get it,
But
man.
because they have taken
No. Sorry, Chief. Get it, man. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
that they will have some type of power, but you can't, because if they're the ones controlling the wealth, controlling the banking, controlling the money, even putting, you understand what I'm saying? Woodrow Wilson and whatever. This is when this shit happened, you guys. So let's be clear. It was a coup. It was we have allowed other people to come here, like the Pelosi's and different people. As soon as they got to this country, they probably didn't even learn the language good enough, but still became decision makers here on our land. That's the goddamn problem. Made decisions and continue to keep making decisions to this day. Even the goddamn task force that's in California that's talking about reparations. These are immigrants. Maybe not all of them. As we've seen these people or whatever, their interests are not our interests. And that's a problem for me. So even though it's good intentions for the lady that put it together, I think she put a task force together of people who are outside the community. And I don't think that's, if it's specifically for people in this community. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
I just think about that, man. What's your take on reparations and for slavery and so on and so forth?
Okay. Let's get it. The ultimate is a mass education on that all caps. Look at this. Okay. Picture this. Okay, Chief. Chief. Okay, let's get it. Allegory time. Okay. You know, a child who parent died, especially a child that's parent gets assistance from the government. Parent die, that child gets the benefits of the parent until that child is 18 or still going to school or whatever. Okay. America, not the landmass. The corporation is the step parents. You know that redhead stepchild, Annie, that's an orphan. The others are the chosen. You know what I'm saying? The first kids. I mean, they're kids. Birth of a nation. You know what I'm saying? The ultimate reparations, restitutions type things. All of that is in that all caps. That's your birth papers. You don't give that up. That's your protection, because look, without that, you are a alien. Um, um, INS. Hey, certain people start running, and you from Chicago, so you already know, man. Let's all get it. But that's a benefit. That birth paper. Without that birth paper, you don't get your employee number. But to the higher up, that's a policy number, because that birth paper We didn't know. Our people didn't know. Once that's transferred, that contract is on commercial paper. Your reparations is in there. We are still minors because it's coming that the who it was for the birth of a nation bringing that education on. They got us to where everybody but we settling for pennies on the dollar spending the monopoly money when that real money look like those tax papers, which we don't know a tax code. What's in business? Who was president? Who still is president? They put him in there because he's a businessman. He's here to shut it down. He is the king of getting in and out of loopholes, and he's real estate. You know what I'm saying? But it's there. But how it's going? How we just asking? They'll just let you ask, and all right, okay, we'll bring up a fake, but it's real to y'all hearing knowing that they tap into that all caps. Let's get it.
Well, the pastor that came on was talking about basically he was a part of it, and when they talk about working against the people, being spies against the people, he said anybody, school teachers, obviously all pastors, all churches, all imams, all these different people, whatever. What do you have to say about that, brother? He said that these people are all part of a spy network on the people, brother.
Okay, let's get it. Okay. He is, man. Steve Coakley, man, the brother was a researcher, so he following the money. I get him. You got to follow the money. So the CIA is the head. Next is the United Way. It makes sense. That's how all of the grants, huh? You are granted this. You are chartered that. You granted. So the United Way controls. We see that you in Chicago. I know it's plenty of these girls and boys clubs. That's that. That's the schooling. Everything is a 501c3. That's just a tax code. That's just a tax code. All churches, all organizations, all non-for-profits. So the higher up one is in that pyramid scheme of the religious leaders. So your mega churches, your regional, Creflo Dollar and them know. Now, those that's aspiring locally, trying to be the next mega church, on their way up to getting there, they gonna start knowing. But always at your local level is where the being naive is. Naive is close to being to nativity. Nativity is nation. Let's get it.
Yeah, but we talk about COINTELPRO and Ghetto
Okay,
Informant
okay,
Program, for instance, right?
okay.
That was
Birth of
around
of
the end of the 1800s. We talking about even before J. Edgar Hoover. Now these things changed. You know what I'm saying? Or these organizations like the CIA, FBI, and stuff like that. These organizations were started after World War One. Once we, y'all got to understand what I'm saying. So,
yeah.
are these organizations working for the betterment of the American people? Because if I don't think it's a great idea to flood a country with drugs.
I'm saying, okay.
Right.
So yeah, so
So give you a perfect example, right?
yeah.
The
My
country
bad.
of Mexico wants reparations for all the death, murder, and kidnappings and things that happen because of the drug trade, because of the appetite and the demand for drugs in America. So they want reparations. So they'll fuck around and get reparations in Mexico before they give the victims here of these said drugs, because Mexico could have stopped the drugs from coming through their country. Let's be clear. But they were a part of it, and they got enriched on it as well. So now you got this guy coming in talking all, this new president or whatever, talking like as if he's trying to get reparations for America's role in the drug trade. And I think that's really interesting. We got to think about that.
Okay. Let's get it. Okay. They'll give them that because they a nation, and that's just politics. To us, they giving that to them, but behind the scenes, that's a way that some undocumented money needed to be traded. I mean, switched over. So it's still a psyops thing, because during the Keyshawn Johnson rub down, all of the areas where the drugs come at, all the drugs hit that landmass, the major things come in them semi trucks and all that. The psyops, the drugs that get busted on the water is decoys, a bunch of them. It's a land bridge that come all the way up, straight up y'all way with it. But all of the Cardinals, why is the Cardinals and Popes tied to them drug cartels? Is hand in hand. Their houses. You know what I'm saying? So we can't get caught up. We gotta handle what we can handle, because down that way, that same area, around about 3 years ago, the white people raised up $8 to $9 million just to get it started. Help out for the wall, but the corporation can't take that money, so it was given back. But we got this spending power, that the spending power was strategically started in 1954 with goddamn, this is around your way again. Why is everything around your way again, huh? The Department of Commerce and Johnson Publishing started that spending power. The spending power. This back then, or what? It was $12 billion. But Jet, they had 4 magazines back then. 2 of them didn't make it, but they handled all of the hair care and all that. So, man, it's all tied to commerce. Once our people realize that the reparation, the repairment is always going to be, the funding always going to be there, because as long as currency moving, things getting traded, weed and this, there's always currency, that entity. You know what I'm saying? Because the bottom is the blood, sweat, and tears that replace the gold, bro. Your points, our points valid. We got to take their templates and go that same way with it. And then once we start that way and getting one right, then you can start putting it in place. But we collectively, that reparation is steady gonna be there. And this came to me, bruh. The whole black conscious, everything conscious probably got a little evil spell on it, because it's stagnated. If we know that both sides was a psyop side, the Boule had a higher clearance than the majority of the Klan. And they didn't know that. The regular clan didn't know that. But Farrakhan put Jesse Jackson up on game because he had no business supposed to be in Chicago. He's supposed to be in New York because Jesse Jackson from South Carolina. So the great migration, there was 3 of them. He put them up on game, man. So the Christians, they got a piece of that. But they both came into really the nation's eye in the 80s. So tick for tat, what? Farrakhan put Messi up on how to get money from a corporation, and then what? He gave him some juice. You know what I'm saying? Because Jesse is tied to the 1988 African American. Let's get it.
Well, keyword, what up, though? Shannon Porter in the building.
I'm sorry, man. Hey,
one.
that be my passion, man. Man, I be long-winded and just be here, man. But I'm trying to get better with it, more professional. Let's get it.
Shout out to Thompson's History 101 in the building, T1 Production. Who else we got in here, man? Peace, everybody, man. Appreciate you guys. See you guys just in here just chilling tonight. That's cool. Appreciate everybody, man. So back to the original conversation. When I was reading the article and they were talking about Native Americans, right? Once again, they're writing that terminology back into the 1800s. So they're writing it back into 1860s, 1840s, 1700s. Anytime that they're describing the people of, or whatever, they're writing you out of history. This is a part of the psyche. That is illegal. And because we don't have anybody representing us, see, the Anti-Defamation League doesn't say the Anti-Jewish Defamation League. It says the Anti-Defamation League.
But now look.
We've been defamed every day by calling us African Americans and blacks. And they fund it. So what do we look like by going to the same people that are funding our demise? Same thing he's saying. Once again, once you start compromising, it starts taking away the power. See, people start saying, well, they go to these meetings and these people know what you want. Just by going to the meeting was letting them know what you wanted. Why are we going to the meeting with you guys? We already know what you guys are up to. So why are we going to the meeting? See what I'm saying? Any type of business that we'll be doing with anybody, we're going to be done on our terms. Not going to be done on their terms. We're not going to be doing any of that. We don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. And if there's we already told y'all, the only thing we owe you motherfuckers is an ass whooping. Off top. Just letting y'all know off top. We're not going to play with y'all. So handle us with care. Don't be thinking that there's going to be some Bilbo shit or any of this. Well, we understand what has happened through our history. We're not having it. We're not having no bullshit. We're not letting y'all do nothing. This shit is over. And unfortunately, we have to fight all these blockers for you guys. And it looks like we always fighting against ourselves, but we're not. These people are not our people. They're your people. You understand what I'm saying, Copper? We got people working for these people within the community, call themselves Black Indians. Mixed with this, they're pushing the whole narrative when these people are the actual mixed people with the Jewish people. The Ashkenazi, the Polish Jews, the German Jews, the Russian Jews, They created these civilized tribes and these roles and these things. This is what has happened to our people, y'all. I don't understand. So these things have happened after Reconstruction. These things were set up after Reconstruction. And these people usurped these families, period, and got into power. Same way that they can get into power by marrying once the dude married the chief's granddaughter, right? He became the chief eventually, right? So again, once he's the chief, he's gonna push certain things, get the people to put land in his name and do all these other underhanded things, or get into a system that they don't know anything about. You remember they talking about they was talking about they was leasing it to him for 30 years. Leasing for 30 years. Get out, man. Y'all ain't gonna never get that land back. And ain't gonna get no money.
Hold up, Chief. I'm trying to open my door. Hold up.
Shout out to Kelvin Cook. He said, "What up?" He said he think the drugs was to destroy us, but it flip flop, and now their people are dying in massive numbers too. I don't think they give a fuck about they people. I don't think people understand. This color they use color as a tool, as a weapon. It is not. It's evil. Doesn't have a color, as you guys can tell. Because for people to say, you know what, I'm gonna go with this right here, when they know it's not good for them, it's not good for their families, anything. You are worse than the people that are evil because you are embedding, you are enabling them, you're working for them. You the ones. It's like, you ever think about this right here? When you have these cult leaders, right? And they be abusing their people. They wouldn't do it unless they had some people that are actually helping them do it. Think about it.
Okay.
If you got a group of people and it's more of them than you have to have some people within that group that are working more with you and against the group. That person is just not doing it by themselves.
No. So it's
Yeah,
there.
see what I'm saying?
See, yeah, we just gotta. I mean, it is what it is. Coakley thing was he in the lodge. He was a Mason, probably most likely. If he was basically telling all of the lodge
Who's a
members,
Mason?
hey, this is what's going on. There's a secret that y'all don't know, and he's giving the information, saying names. So if they come in his way, hey, yeah, they running. So they keeping that game is to be sold, not told. So with that aspect of looking like that, now take it back to our families. What it is, I'm seeing this shit more and more. The cities, what is in these places, these cities, these was and are major energy sources, this and that. But the rural areas made a way for the military. It's a bunch of bases, camps, all this. So all of the orders, it's all of those orders is all of our way of life. So look, we got family members that's politicians, government workers, military, this and that. It's going to take a grassroots to combat that. Other than history shows that there's three classes of citizens. That the Native American Tonto, whatever, all that was a cover. A lot of them was warriors against the others to take over the land because they seen commerce. So those that wasn't warring on the back end, they made the pictures and all that to get the birth of a nation, the Lone Ranger. It's better to look in business. It's always business over pleasure. It's good business practice to pay a little than pay a lot. They'll gladly pay the reservations and all that. They're reserved people. The white people on the lower the lower it is, when King eyes start awakening, he was going after poverty. That's what got him killed. These things. He was going to Washington not to protest, but to get a check because he found out about the future farmers of America and this and that. It ain't no telling what else he found out. So if that was real or not real, the fable of the story, we all been messed up and all that. First, the person just got to repent. That don't mean get saved, Jesus or Muhammad, none. Look it up, y'all. Repent just means turn around and go the other direction. We got to get it in politics, man. Everything's lining up to Chicago, where you at. The World's Fair was the industrial. So they needed all of the immigrants. That's when a certain time, Birth of a Nation, this came to me last night. This was down here. Both of them went out of business, but this in Chicago, the Sears Tower and Montgomery Ward, just Ward alone. You look up that name, but the Ward, we're wards of the state. That stuff that you own it until you get jammed up. And if it's worth anything, it turns to collateral. Besides that, everything goes to the trust, for real, the all caps. So what the more say, you know what? The more and more I think about it, the trust game. You don't own nothing because you can't take nothing with you but your soul. Let's get it.
Well, listen to the chat room, you guys. Mound City Mellow, what up, though? I am you. We got seeing those sports in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. What's some of the things that stood out to me? I mean, so much, man. You know, we've been dealing with this same problem though for a while, you guys. Now, I don't know if it's an easy solution to it because they have entrenched themselves into leadership, right? But it's more so like people say, well, because you're educated, for instance, right? Or somebody appointed you, or somebody put you on television, or this and the third. It puts you socially, right, above other people, politically above other people, and definitely financially over people, right? And that's the control mechanism. Because now a lot of people who don't have the finances or whatever still look up to people who do. You see what I'm saying? Who are perceived to be winners or perceived to be this and perceived to be that. So it's like we live vicariously through them.
That's good.
So they
Ooh.
create our leaders for us, you know what I'm saying, all the time, or our front people that's air quotes supposed to be leaders, when the leaders are supposed to be coming from the community and chosen by the people. Well, they're choosing our people for us.
That's
And that's a
powerful.
real problem.
Let's get it.
It's a real problem.
Goddamn. My man, hey, so now look at now, and it's always been like that because they show it to you with the award show, the NAACP. All of the celebrities are contracted government workers because look, they show up to all of the award shows during those seasons, the NAACP. That award is named after one of the founders of the NAACP, but he was a worker for the government, keeping DeBoge in check under wraps. But you know what I'm saying? We just gotta support the grassroots. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna listen to something, we're gonna buy this, we're gonna have to do this. So we start by, okay, you want leverage, so okay, they ain't doing what you want, so okay, shut Nike down, get a campaign, make everything shut Nike down. That'll
I
make,
think we need to shut down the Democratic Party.
okay, both of them, but both of them are two pistons of a 2-cycle
Well, we already don't mess with the Republican Party, so let's cancel. We need to cancel the Democratic Party.
Both. I mean, the higher up in the politicians, they taking orders. They have worries, but it ain't worry about paying light bills. They probably tied up to a trust fund where they ain't got to worry about light bills and this and that. They weren't about answering that wrong. I mean, the doorbell and getting their head blew off or car running off the road. You know what I'm saying? They know too much and shit. You know what I'm saying? They both. It starts at the grassroots effort with everything.
See, once again, that's why we have to be just a little bit more aggressive in our thinking.
Okay. Shut Nike down. Shut Nike down.
Well, I'm talking about things that we can do.
We can do that.
This is our obligation. This
you
is
can't do nothing outside of that. You ain't listen to rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Your rat-a-tat-tat-tat is your money, is your economics. You shut Nike down, that'll shut the world down.
Listen, brother, we're talking about the Democratic Party.
What's wrong? I mean, why
niggas ain't gonna shut down
is
Nike,
you so
brother.
hell bent just on the Democrat shit?
Nah, I mean, I'm saying which one would you rather shut down first, the Democratic Party or Nike?
Okay, you start. Leave that. You get your own grassroots.
I'm not saying one or the other. I'm saying this is what I'm choosing to talk about is the Democratic Party. You can talk about Nike. I'm not.
No, I'm saying the grassroots. Okay, you need a political party if you're going to shut.
I'm talking about just shutting them down, canceling
down. You're gonna need a duality. I mean, it's off balance now.
Not necessarily.
Why not put, or it's easier to,
because we're not gonna have that same conversation about Nike.
No, a political party, our own. It's people
what
that
we gonna
know the
replace
game.
Nike
You
with,
start 1%, 2%, 3%, and work.
What are we gonna replace Nike with though?
I'm saying that's the boycotting, but I get it. You like them Jordans and shit. You from Chicago. I get it,
Nah,
bro.
I got my own shoes,
I
brother.
guess.
I got my own shoes, brother.
Okay,
That's
okay.
not what I'm
So
talking about.
now
Listen
you
what
need
I'm
to
saying,
have a
brother.
service. I get you, bro. Let's get it.
No, you're not listening.
I
We have
am. My
a
bad.
problem with the Democratic Party. Before Nike was created, we had a problem with the Democratic Party. We're having an issue with the Democratic Party.
So the Democrat Party represents
We can shut
the
down Nike. That's not going to do anything for us.
Yes, you showing your spending. Yes, you.
That's not going to do anything for us because
yes, it
niggas going
will.
to go, like you said, go spend some money somewhere else, brother.
No,
We shut
number
down.
2 will no. It's for morality.
Morality.
It'll start boycott. No, bro. You know, Mandela, the apartheid is the racism. What we go over there. It's somebody at my job. A brother told me, man, they was killing like 500 South Africans a day. Man, Nelson Mandela, this why they shut down. Listen, hold up. Listen. Listen. They shut major Fortune 500 companies down, a couple of them. Got them out of their lands over there. Man, it's business. The economics first. You ain't all that. It's too much love for the money at the local level that those warriors need to be for the protection of those that's going at the beach. You be civil. Damn, you from Chicago again, that if it was real or not, the noble Jew Ali, civil. They made it religion. It's civil. Everything was started from the Chicago, the 50C1C3 for those streets. Jeff Ford was chartered by the Fryer dude. It is what it is, but
what?
If look, they rather look all food drives, all what the white people do in our communities. It don't have to be like that, but the service is better for them to do it than us collectively because of the minorhood that we sit in. We go in that shit still like victims, like asking this shit. Nah, you got to learn some shit. Our people still gonna suffer, always gonna suffer. You can get the land, and they gonna take it back because you suffer for the lack of having the right knowledge. Our knowledge we have is consumers. It ain't no business or nothing. We ain't. Yeah, be hell bent.
Hey, I don't even own a pair of Nikes though. By the way,
No, but I ain't saying that. But just the
I just want to throw
concept
that out there, though.
overall.
I live boycott. I lived this for years, brother. So I ain't just. I've been doing
the
this.
spending power.
I got you. Let me converse with you, brother.
Yeah. Go ahead. My bad.
A little long-winded sometimes. Let me converse with you. Some things you're just saying. So back to when we're talking about solutions, right? I'm not saying that boycott Nike is not a solution, right? But it's levels to this. We have an opportunity during election cycles every 2 years to get these motherfuckers up out of here, to change things, to push things in the right direction. We got to send a serious message. We need to cancel the Democratic Party. Now, if niggas ain't smart enough to start their own, something wrong.
No, it ain't going. Okay.
Niggas-
Whoa. It can't be no, me. Okay. The biggest thing going from we are here from America. We'll go under FBA or that's the new grassroots there. You got everything there. See, people want to do it by they say, me. Nah, that's the thing. You split that down 100% of that. You break it down into shareholders. That's going to tie it down to blood, huh? The same thing that they tied down to, huh? Blood. You going to sign your name in blood. You get out of line. You try to fuck up the contract. That's your ass, buddy. Anything less than that, this individual, you want to set up leaders to get one leader head cut off. The whole thing gone in. I know it's hard. I know.
I mean, bro, I don't know what you've been. I don't know if you've been paying attention to what we've been doing.
I've been
Have you
paying
read the
attention.
Declaration of Reclamation, brother?
I've been paying attention, but it's going nowhere. You got a piece of paper.
Hold on,
that's individual.
Brother. What do you mean individual? I think you got, once again, I think you got shit fucked up, my nigga. Real talk. I think
Man,
you got this
stop
whole
cussing,
situation.
bro. We
No, I'm
just
just saying.
talking.
I think I got you, but I can't keep hearing. It's like a kind of like a. I don't know if it's kind of disrespect or because I think you've been having too many misconceptions.
Tell me what. I
About your
will back it up.
sahab.
Tell me.
First off, you are a grown ass man. It is your duty to take care of your family and your community, my brother. It is not Chief Holidays or nobody in the chat room or nothing. That's the first thing. When we're talking about locally doing stuff, mobilizing, doing stuff, we come here, we meet up, we get with people behind the scenes and stuff like that, whatever, to get shit done. So when you say things ain't moving in the right direction or not moving, what have you done to help the Aborigine community move? Or do you know of the agenda? Hold on. Do you know of the agenda of what we got going on? Hold on, my brother.
Okay.
Are you
I'm
familiar with the agenda?
But you moving the goalposts. Let's get it.
Okay, I'm just saying, are you familiar with the agenda that we have, brother? And why? What's the playbook? What's the actual? You know what I'm saying? Because I want to. And another question: what does movement look like to you? What does progression look like to you? As far as this,
Let's get it, bro. Okay. Imagine, the federal study to show yourself approved. Federal means covenant. That's the same thing. There's a covenant, which is business, which that all caps. That's going back to that. I'm an architect. I guess I am a producer. I guess, but look, you don't shun the local. I'm not saying cover mine. I'm trying to get into politics. That's in my blood. Felon lives matter. But at the local level is the foundation for all politics, that people have ambitions to be presidents and all that. So it can't be one president of the major corporation, federal. They are overseers. That politics is the same as signing off of civil power of attorney. That's getting back to that. I'm not shunning the Aboriginal community. I built myself up to get here. These the politics. If you want it, you want the land. What, it's just one person? Nation. Okay, that's still the nation. You see, that's still individual. Locally could mean family too. They wanted all of the "we are here from America" blood muddied up so they blood could stay intact, The higher up that ladder, they in the house. Everybody who ain't in the house, they workers. And it's three class of workers, citizens. They're not allowed over here in the Western Hemisphere to say slaves or king, queens, and none of that. But it's still political royalty, which is the Kennedy and the Bushes. One represent the blue, one represent the red. Everything was trained and programmed to work the left side of your brain, everybody. That's the blue. So I guess that's the Democratic. That's the man liberal in you and I. The red side represents the woman. That's the Republic, huh? Conservative, all that. But I get it. But I ain't shunning. I want to see this move forward. I hate it. I want to see y'all get the leverage in the game. But if it's black because that just means a blacking out so they could further take the land, which the commerce still, you can go back at it, but don't get conned. Your ultimate status is the more knowledge you know to go at that ultimate code, which is the tax code. But we so second nature for what 80 decades now to spending that Neanderthal money. So it's hard. I know you don't want to, we collectively don't want to learn how to get that knowledge to just learn how to seal receipts. All of the receipts that we get, we're supposed to be sending them to the treasury, but we want to show it off and spend. Bro, you from Chicago again, that, man, think about all of the brothers and everybody that done died over that Neanderthal money. They want the bottom to spend that cash. They didn't want us to learn about the credit, what they know. The higher up you go, it's credit and all that signing off on certain things. But that's what it takes. You got to get new education now. Now that it's in us, you got to steady learn and steady to get it back faster. But at this, it's just going to be, you're going to make it a new religion church where it sounds good this minute. And then once you go down the street the wrong way and damn near get pulled, you got to stand firm on all that. But I get it, man. So what I'm doing is what I'm doing. The unseen is putting in that great work. Everything can't be seen. It's said in the book of commerce, do everything privately so it won't be a show or spectacle. Let's get it.
Well, hey man, shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Appreciate you guys.
I gotta go. I just got off work, but I came up, bro. I love this. Never think that it's no beefing or nothing like that, bro. We just building, man. Thank you, man. I'll allow somebody else to come up, man. Thank you. Be all safe, Chief. Let's get it.
Yeah, that's what's up. It's all good. Shout out to Antoinette Johnson in the building. Aboriginal React. What else you got in here, man? Shout out to everybody, man. I missed you, man. It's on purpose. Definitely want to thank you all for tapping in tonight, man. You want to say anything else before you get up out of here? Okay. Is he gone already? Okay, he gone. Yeah, man. Let's kind of recap, tonight and what the whole purpose was. When we talk about Black, what's the title again? Black, Indian, and Jewish affair. You know what I mean? We started talking about the BIA, Building of Indian Affairs. Who started these agencies? You know what I mean? Why did they start these agencies? How are they using these agencies for control, even still to this day? How they, you know what I mean? Because people were gauging ourselves. A lot of times you run into these bougie ass Indians, they'd be like, well, I find my great somebody on somebody's Freedman rolls or somebody's Dawes rolls or blah, blah, blah rolls, this roll, whatever rolls, right? And they become, what do I want to say? Well, I say bougie, but it gets a little deeper than that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even if you had that, like, okay, say I'm chief of a federally recognized tribe, right? And we have, you know, small numbers. So because we have small numbers, of course, we don't have the votes in certain situations when it comes to, right? So why wouldn't I, right, bring more people into my tribe? Create more members in my tribe to make my tribe stronger by having more members in this tribe to make this tribe stronger. Why wouldn't they do that? It's like as if they have a lot of amount of money and they're like, okay, well, we don't want anybody else to come in and take this money, right? Because it's not about taking your heritage, because these people know that who are the original Choctaw, who are the original Seminole, who are the original Creek. They understand reclassification. They even understand that they know their people who came over from Europe. Okay? They have a direct line. They know their people. But they've been disconnected a lot of times from the original people here. So that's the problem that I see, you guys. So once again, we talk about, you know, what has happened. That happened. This is a real thing. This is how they took took over, you know, took power, but they created the tribes. They created the companies. So it'd just be like somebody come, your land is uncorporated, right? And you bring somebody into, they marry to your family. You teach them all the ways and you trust them and all this other stuff, right? Because you let them marry your daughter, your granddaughter, or your great-granddaughter, whatever, right? Testing. Mic check. I think I'm still good. So yeah, oh man, like this shit getting weird at this point. Like it's just too much overwhelming information and evidence. Like it's out there. It's not even hidden. You know what I'm saying, at this point. You know, it's not even hidden at this point. These guys. As far as how they're pushing their agenda, pushing the lies, pushing certain things or whatever. Like it's not even a conspiracy at this point, because we have, you know, the documentation on redline offenses. We have the documentation on the drugs. We have documentation on school to prison pipeline. We have documentation on poisoning. Tuskegee, I can go on and on and on. Flint, like all these different things that happen to the American people. Now, my thing is, when we talk about color, you know, like them wanting to push, okay, only poor us, we're the only people that suffered injustices and this and that and the third. And that's just a problem for me, that when I see that, like, you know, why? Not just the fact that other people have went through certain things or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because they have. It's as if we want to monopolize victimhood and losery and stuff like that. That's a problem for me. So that's what I say. Not the fact that I don't think that we should get reparations or restitution or restorement, any of those things. I think we do, right? But my idea of it looks a little different. Start by stop taking from us. Stop regulating us. These things, taxation and regulation, hurts us, as it's always hurt us, and that's the problem that we're talking about. We're being taxed, we're being regulated. That's the problem that we're having. So when we're talking about this, man, once again, we'll be back next show. We're gonna be talking about getting back to the slavery, because essentially this is what we're talking about. The refugees, these people who set up the Freedmen bureaus. They are the ones who that they told that they will set them free. Because think about it. Who got them in servitude? Their own people. So they told their people that they sent over here as slaves, said, we'll set you guys free if you guys fight for us. Think about it. So a lot of those people, once again, would have loyalties to their crown, unless, once again, they hated them and, they don't have loyalties to them. But they said they would set them free if they fight for them against the Americans, right? Well, the problem with that is that you already have sent these people over here. They are already here dealing with us, building with us. So of course, they're not going to fight for you guys. They made homes here. They make friends and family members with us here. They're going to fight against you guys. But what has happened was the same thing with those guys. Once they got into our tribes, our families, they took over. They took over the story. Now, shit, when we're talking about 1930s and 40s, they still talk about the 1930s and 40s as if it's 1830s and 40s. You know what I'm saying? They're mixing dates and times. They're mixing Jim Crow with this, like, oh, it's just black codes and it's just slave codes and it's Jim Crow laws, right? And those are the slave laws that they write back into the 1600s and stuff like that, when there's no actual nothing of no paperwork that say that all of us are slaves for the rest of our lives. Now, when they talk about family members and stuff, when people are tracing their family members, they're not only not finding that they're not from Africa, but they're not finding that they are slaves. So when we're talking about this conversation about them freeing their people, their slaves, right? Once again, niggas raise their hand. Oh yeah, they talking about slaves, they're talking about freeing us. How does that have anything to do with them? And just keep in mind, the Revolutionary War was not fought. We're gonna even call it a revolutionary skirmish or you know what I'm saying? Business, fighting over ports, fighting over certain things or whatever, right? Had nothing to do with all of America. So they treat it as if people in the South were fighting in this Revolutionary War as well. So I just want to point that out. So we wasn't. Getting tired. Yeah, the democracy, democratic. Yeah, man, I think we got to have that conversation. We got to apply pressure to them. We got to hold their feet to the fire as well. Like, yo, listen, we've been voting for you guys. And every time we vote for you guys give us your ass to kiss. Well, we're going to give you guys our ass to kiss during this midterm elections coming up. Then we're going to give you guys our ass to kiss once again during Biden. Now, I'm not saying go vote for anybody else. I'm saying that we need to throw a monkey wrench in the Democratic system. The Democratic Party, whatever they got going on, we need to do something different. The people need to speak. Even if you go independent, you know what I'm saying? But we have to start applying pressure. And no matter what, we're going to get away from the Democratic Party. They are just too goddamn disrespectful at this point. To get 90-something% of the votes from so-called black people in America, and for you to give us your ass to kiss every time, is a fucking problem for me. Now, I don't understand why people don't understand why this is important, Not saying that Nike's not important, you guys, because it is, but voting locally has something to do with your taxes, has something to do with your school, has something to do with food, something to do with jobs, businesses, all these things. That's how important, that is when we're talking about, creating our own political parties and things of that nature, whatever. I would tell y'all that we've already started our own political party, but you know what I mean? So, like I said, man, tap in, man. You guys, we got a lot going on over here, man. Like I said, we appreciate everybody that is here, but you can't ask questions if you're not a part of the solution. You're not a part of solving the problems just by, talking and sitting around and waiting on somebody else to do it and saying, hey, you guys should be the one doing it. You guys are the front runners. What? No. I'm not the front runner in your household. I can't come eat the big piece of chicken in your plate, you know what I'm saying? And so on and so forth. In your house, that's just your house, your community. It's things that you guys need to do as men in your house. Okay? So, like I said, men don't sit around and wait on somebody else to come do something for them, man. So, once again, we're looking for a few good men and women. Special forces over here, you guys, man. Thank you guys for rocking out this evening, which is Sahab, man. It's been a good one, man. Like I said, it was a great video, man. Talk about Steve Coakley, the great Steve Coakley, man. Shout out to Steve Coakley Jr., man. Shout out to the Coakley clan and everybody, man, that rock out with the information, man. Hope you guys got something out of that, man, tonight, out of that video tonight. I know it was when I seen it again, so I was like, I forgot about that pastor and him coming on and saying some of the stuff. Now, granted, he did get into the Jesus and the Bible and stuff, but he's a pastor. What do you expect, right? Once again, you got to take the information and leave what you don't want. You know what I mean? So, but once again, we see, we have was that 30 years ago, that 20 some years ago or whatever, we have a way to be able to sit back and say, okay, that happened 30 years ago. What can we do? You know what I mean? To once again take the wins, take what we could take from it, and like he said, kept saying, black people, we're not black. Talking about Africa and certain things. We're not from Africa. So I'm sure, maybe not, but I'm sure if the brother Steve Coakley was still here, he would understand as well that the whole out of Africa, his research would have led him to the whole black studies and Africa studies and out of Africa and the theory of evolution. All that's a part of the eugenic and it's a part of the secret societies and all these other things that he was talking about, that these people, the baby Boule and the Boule-ass members and the fraternal orders, the teacher societies and all those other people, because remember, the pastor said that teachers as well are a part of it. They're spying on you. That alone should be illegal in America. But from McCarthyism to the Trump, not the Trump, but the neighborhood watch era, to fucking say no to drugs, or war on drugs, to fucking what's the dude's name? Bush and them, you know what I'm saying? With the war on terror and blah blah, all these things. They say, oh well, we got to have this war on terror, so we got to surveillance you guys. We got to do these things. We got to listen to phone calls. We got to do these things. We got to do all these other things. But what about these people that you fund through the black program? Once again, these people who are taking funding and doing certain things are working against the best interests of the American people. So I just want to point that out. So, yeah, man, we're going to get back on this, man. Some other time, man. We're going to definitely get into the black program. We're going to get into more of the COINTELPRO. Like, what does it look like? What is their budget today? Who Well, it's the same people. It's the same people that they were funding 30 years ago. It's still the same people today. So we can see the people who they fund, who go on Breakfast Club, who go on CNN, ABC, who they continue to push in certain areas because these people are working ultimately for them as controlled opposition. So they had to even evolve even a little bit more to say, yeah, when he was talking about, when they were reaching out to different people to get them to condemn him, he was like, hey, look, you don't want me to mess up my credibility in the air quote black community. So you might not want to do that, right? They don't want to blow our cover, blah, 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 right? That's what they're saying. So now you guys, somebody can come on there and be like, yeah, fight the power, black power, you know what I'm saying? And even talk bad about pale people, right? And push the white thing. Hey, white supremacy, suspected white supremacy, rah, 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 white supremacists, this, that, and the third. Knowing that he's funded and he's pushed and has a Jewish puppet hand in his fucking back like a fucking ventriloquist pushing the whole black-white paradigm. Okay? This is what they're doing. This is all a part of it, is using us to push their fucking agendas. Push the open societies, aka Black Lives Matter agenda. And they used George Floyd. They used our pain. They used our fears. They used the Blake brother. They used everybody. Then they turned around and used the NBA players, dumbasses. The WNBA players. You understand what I'm saying? Use them. What happened to all that Black Lives Matter shit this year? So they got what they wanted through the votes. Why they didn't have LeBron them wearing justice and all this shit on the back of their jerseys and all the stuff putting on the floor and doing all this other stuff? Equality. What happened to all that? Oh, it probably start up next 6 months when they need the votes again. Like, we got to stop being used and we got to punish. When I say punish, we have to start punishing niggas. We canceling you. You're standing with the wrong side. You're standing with the people. I don't give a fuck how much money they're giving you. I'm tired of you niggas selling out. We are canceling you bastards. Okay? That's what we got to start doing. We got to stop buying their records. We got to stop supporting them. They got podcasts. We're not going to your fucking podcast no more. Even if you are a fucked up ass individual, and a lot of you niggas like just watching fucked up ass individuals. It's not that you are supporting them, but you are supporting them. Because even when you're saying negative shit, I'm here to Nature Boy, whoever, you're there supporting even their negative. You're taking in their negative fucking energy. Do you not understand that? And we all are guilty of these guilty pleasures. Seeing a car wreck, seeing dumb shit, and this and the third. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So we all guilty of that. So nobody's immune to that. So I just want to say that, man. So I want to say shout out to everybody, man, tapped in. Definitely appreciate you guys, man. Yeah, man, stop paying for your own genocide. Stop passing down generational genocide to your children, to your children. You know what I'm saying? We teach menticide. You understand what I'm saying? Mental death. It's just getting crazy. And we're using the words. The words that we're using are the words that are slowly poisonous. You understand what I'm saying? Slowly killing us. And once again, these are words of death. I ain't gotta tell you, black is death. So once again, this is what they're doing. These are curses. Curses. We're cursing ourselves. So I just wanted to point that out, man. So shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, and subscribe to this channel. And yeah, I know, man. Support the real, man. We're gonna keep building, man. Like I said, man, opportunities on deck. ChiefHoliday@gmail.com. Only Builders 2022. If you're a builder, we got something special coming up for you guys, man. We've been telling you guys about The Cowboys and Indian Project, The Return of Doc Holliday, Legends Never Die Project, coming soon, y'all. So be on the lookout for that, man. Really excited about it, man. Shout out to DJ Cuddy. It's going down, man. We're having a great time right now, man, with this music. And shout out to Threads, shout out to Trey, shout out to Bap, man, shout out to my OG, Cali. Y'all already know, man, Mr. LV, A-State Band Runners. It's gonna be crazy, man. It's gonna be a crazy project, man. Some people y'all invite me. I heard of before, man. Shout out to CT. It's gonna be crazy, man. It's gonna be a crazy project, man. The music's stupid. Yeah, man, I'm really excited, man. So we're in the building, man. So we got a lot of other goodies, man. A lot of other good stuff coming, man. So y'all be on the lookout for that. So maybe we're gonna get up out of here, man. Been holding you guys up long enough, man. Really, really appreciate everybody, man. Do us a favor, if you haven't hit the like button on the way out, if you haven't shared this, please do. We're gonna leave y'all with a song, man. Let's get up out of here. This Aboriginal joint by Threads 3000, man. We really appreciate you guys, man, for tapping in. Like, share, subscribe, man. Put this on all your social media and tag me in Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever y'all on, man. Tag your Sahab in it, man. Really appreciate it. Also, yeah, I don't want to let that out yet. Like I said, be on the lookout, man. We got a lot of things coming, man, real soon, man. So be on the lookout for that. Jobs on deck, opportunities on deck, business opportunity, training, everything on deck right now, man. Like I said, we have more opportunities than people reaching out for them. So I think that's a good thing. I guess there's not a lot of unemployed people out there. And shout out to people that are reaching out, sending their resumes and all this other stuff. I really appreciate it, man. We really appreciate it. You already know, man. Email me instantly. Let's start building. Let's start working and point you guys in the right direction. So that's what's up. True network. Each state. Scared. Hey, well, once again, man, that's why we linking up, man, and mobilizing, and tour. This tour kicks off April 20th, coming up in a couple weeks. Here in Las Vegas, you guys seen the schedule: L.A., St. Louis, Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, I know we're gonna be East Coast run, Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit. Everywhere, man. We're gonna try to hit every state, every city in this great country of ours, man. So tap in, man, if you guys want to be a part of that, sponsor, partner, book it. Hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com or IDGAF bookings at gmail.com. You already know, man. Only Builders. I got plenty of emails on us, man. Tap in. We're here to build, man. So you guys are serious and you're seriously about building. Tap in Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com or hit your Sahab up, man. Let's get to work. It's not enough. Like everybody, wherever city you in or whatever, we have enough work. We have enough going on to assist each other and to help each other. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying we the only builders, is the only community that's building, and these other niggas been around for 100 years. Ain't built a doghouse, ain't built nothing, a sand castle. They ain't built shit. I ain't even talking about building nothing, but they still taking from the people, right? But a lot of it is because they are a part of these systems. They're a part of them that they're planned to gatekeep and to hold the people at a certain level to protect, once again, to protect the interests of these people. Okay, so that's what they're doing. So when they're taking and they're doing these different things or whatever, they're protecting the interests of the people who are paying them, as opposed of it's about the collective of our people. So yeah, they come in with flowers, but once again, they got the knives and the guns behind their back. So that's what's going on. So yeah, man, tap in. Email in the chat room. Guys, holiday. You guys are the Only Builders 2022. Yeah, y'all tap in. Shout out to Aboriginal Reacts and FAA. So, you know, I say Foundational American Aborigine, right? And the reason why I say that FAA, I mean Aboriginal React, and it's just it's not, it's kind of splitting hairs, but if you're saying you're foundational American, that's all you really have to say, right? Foundational Aboriginal. Now you gotta be like, well, what kind of Aboriginal? Well, American, right? Or foundational Aboriginal to this person. You know what I'm saying? To this place, whatever. So, you know, so just the concept of Aboriginal American. I'm not saying it's like grammatically wrong, but you know, when you say American Aborigines or American Aboriginal or Aborigines to America, you know what I mean? So just a suggestion, you know, it's not just splitting hairs really, but FAA Foundational American Aborigine, because you can actually just drop off foundational and be American Aborigines. See what I'm saying? Are the first Americans, Aborigines of America. As an Aboriginal is in the American definition, brother. So I just wanted to point that out. So shout out to React, bro. Shout out to everybody, man, putting this work. Like I said, man, if you guys serious, man, tap in. Was we really serious over here and we're really working, and we got a lot of great things going on, man. So onlybuilders2022@gmail.com, man. You already know, man, we got a lot of shit going on, man, from shoes to apparel to services. It's a lot of things going on, man. So like I said, man, we need a few good men and women, man. Tap in, man. We really appreciate everybody that puts in this work, man. Whether if you just sharing videos, people send me videos. I get so many videos, y'all. So much stuff to read. It's gonna take me forever to get to it with all the other stuff I got going on. So I just want to say that to you guys, man. So really appreciate you guys, man. And so you guys don't see me for another couple of days. Just know, man, we're working. We're putting in this work for the community, man. So appreciate you guys, man. And we're gonna get up out of here. Let's go. Let's get to it. DJ, man. CEO. Okay, let's get it. I want to say good night, and you guys have a great, what's in the morning? Have a great morning, man. See you guys tomorrow or later on today. Let's go. And I want to thank y'all big homie, the one and only Tasco, the CEO, putting in the work, producing the show. So I want to say, appreciate you.
Y'all see those scientists, you be fine as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you get right in here. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural. You know me, jury, it's on me, swagger, you matter, that's making me taste the fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all not either. Powers, I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the win again. Tell a friend, we going in. Our kids still ain't kidding. Y'all heard the tribunal. They swear it's dead like funerals. Winning record like Juno. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you beautiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit. You know fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate suffixes like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon based being, let freedom. I don't want 48 cause I got 40 haters. Saving myself, I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save, I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you stranger danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online type, do me that favor. Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Big G, don't play with me, I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Beta is your fragrance, I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my DG the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists. You be proud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You get right in there. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Chaos energy. I'm heated. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, gotta be major.